What's up? What's up? What's going on? Oh man! Oh, it's a mess back there. Oh, should I clean up, or should I just? We're just talking here. I'm in my room. I ain't downstairs. Whatever. Let me just be right back. Going to get coffee. Be right back. Off to get. There we go. You think they'll get it? Now, I'll be right back. Get more coffee. In the white room with black curtains at the station. All the toenails I've been picking my feet. What is going on? Where is everybody? They pop in, they take a peek, and they leave. Let's go to the next place. What's going on? Anyway, what's up, YouTube? Pastor Bob. I just got on tonight to say hi. So, there's nobody in here tonight. And there's no ushers going on, is there? So, I seen that Can's taking a little break. So, a couple people asked me my take on it. And I'm going to tell you like this. It ain't none of my damn business. If the man wants to take a break, he can take a break. He don't need anybody babysitting him. He don't need to have any excuses. And he doesn't have to have permission. If he needs to take a break, then he needs to take a break. So, don't bug him. Don't piss him off. Don't upset him more than what he already is. Okay? Leave him be and think it through. You know, situations like this that happen with families get people to thinking. And generally, and you know what? As a pastor, I think of all the options. Yeah, I do. You know? Why do so many people go to his channel and take advantage of him? Why does he allow people to take advantage of him? Is it because he's so extra nice that he tries to always see the good in people and not the bad? Right? Does people slip through the door? Or is there something else going on? There's always questions. And people want answers. Well, sometimes you're never going to get the answer. And sometimes you're going to get the answer, and it ain't going to be the one you want. And you're not going to accept it. So there's no sense for anybody to try to give anybody an answer for anything. Sometimes you just got to walk away for a little while, take a little break. Here's the thing that I find with YouTube. When you do anything, I don't care what you're doing, whether you're posting videos or you're getting on the chit chat or you're getting on the council or you're getting on to talk about farts in a bottle. I don't care what it is, or auctions or whatever, right? Whenever you do those things, you create a following. And in that following, certain people, they count on you being there for them. Okay? And when you're not there, they get depressed. They do. They get depressed, because it's that one day a week or 2 days a week or however long people come on for that they look forward to. Why people look forward to me not being on, I don't know. And I don't care. To be honest with you. I get on to do what I'm called to do. And that's just talk with my people and have a good time. From time to time, have an auction. Do yourselves a favor. Just let can be and let him sort things out. A lot of people come down hard on him. I haven't talked to him. I don't think I need to talk to him. He's a grown ass man. He knows what he needs to say and what he needs to do. And I don't need to babysit him. And I don't need to give him words of encouragement. How was your weekend? What's happening tonight? I got on because, I don't know, Rochelle, if you know Can. Do you know him? Because some of my people know, who come to my channel and are part of, my little crew of people here, know him, and some people don't know. So I didn't know if you knew Can. Do you know him? Now, I've known him a long time. Before he really started pushing his channel. That's the truth. Just when he was over at JB Coins. Well, that's good. Don't judge the man. Because, look, he's done a lot of good things for people. And, he took a lot of his time to come on and share things with people and help people and do auctions. And the reason why he got so big into it, getting over 1,000 subscribers, I'll tell you why. One night, some things went really bad at JB Coins. Okay? Because every family has problems. The problem with JB Coins, and I'll be totally honest, is he doesn't like to listen to people give him advice. He thinks that he's extra smart. He hides behind the camera, him and his wife. They argue. They never show their face. Like there's some kind of deep sock, secret CIA agent. You know what I mean? I don't play that stuff. Okay? I want you to see who you're talking to. See who you're dealing with. Read my face. Read my body language, right? So there was a cahoots, right? That's right. That's right, Big E. So he needs a break. People just need to let him be and let him figure it all out. He's a smart guy. He'll figure it all out. But anyway, I told him that night that there was a really bad thing going on, and this was over a year ago. I said, hey, man, why don't you just go over and do a little auction or something on your channel? Because his channel was really small. I says, because you're really good. People, are drawn to you like a magnet. I says, and I think that you can do this really well. And that's what he did. And you can ask him. That's exactly what went down. You could probably ask Big E because he was there that night. And he was doing such a great job. He helped so many people, and so many people count on him. But right now, he really needs to worry about him. So the only problem with that is people count on him. They like to see him. You know, they make he makes them feel good. Doesn't mean that he always appeals to the rest of us. He may and he may not. But by God, he's done a lot of great things for people. Okay? And it just so happens somebody with an ass hat on decides to go and stop bringing crap down this channel. Now, people say, well, how do you know he wasn't in on it? How do you know that he wasn't in on all of this stuff and trying to, screw people out of money? Well, I don't know, but I don't believe that he would do that. That's if you ask me, I don't believe that. But I don't know. It could be possible. Many things go through people's minds. I don't know. And I don't care. Part of part of healing is forgiving. And here's the thing that I've always understood about people. You could do 1,000 things right. You do one thing wrong, and they'll crucify you. It's like they're always looking for somebody to do something wrong, just so they can be an asshole. Really? Now, Kinky is really nice. He doesn't speak like Pastor Bob. I call out because I see a lot of it as a pastor. And I talk the way they talk, and I'm really frank. I'm a different type of pastor. And people respect me for that. Because I don't beat around the bush. I'm tough love, and that's just the way that I am. Okay? But I think people need to give the man a break. And, you know, people need to apologize to him. Whoever was really hateful and said some hateful shit. I mean, hateful. Look, if he did something wrong, he did something wrong. If he didn't, then he didn't. The man comes and says something to you, then you got to take it as honesty until you find out different. Don't crucify the man. It's pretty sad that he's done a lot of good things for this community. And what does the community do back? Kick him right square in the balls. Kick him to the curb like trash. But when they needed him, when they were getting a good deal, when they were having fun, it was all fun and games. But the minute something goes bad and he doesn't see it, and then he's bold enough to come out and tell you. He tells you the truth. I mean, some of these people are harsh. Really, really harsh. And most of those people don't come even over to our channel. Not here. Biggie, I tell you. They don't come over here. You know why? Because I don't want that crap over here. I don't want the drama. I don't play that crap. Hey, not much. So I say, let him be, let him do his thing, let him air out, let him cool out. You don't know his life. You don't know what he's been through. You know, he's done a lot of good things for people, and I think they need to respect him for that. Irregardless of what happened, you better look and understand how much good he's done for people. Period. Period. You know, I'll say one last thing before I move on to something else. My grandfather used to say, "You're going to bear a lot of crosses in your lifetime." To me, I'm like, what the hell does that even mean? Right? Because I was young. He says, but the only cross you need to worry about bearing is your own. He says, because you got to pick it up every day. And I was like, I never said anything to him because, I didn't want him to think I was dumb and didn't understand what he was saying. But I was dumb and I didn't understand what he was saying. I never told him no. Because, as I got older, I did understand. So I figured kind of even things out a little bit. But I want people to think about that. So if any of the people from this channel watch this stream, please at least send them a message if you can. Tell them you love them. Okay? Tell them that you miss them. Really. He needs that kind of support. You guys don't know him like I do. And that is where the fear sets in for me. Because anybody's capable of doing anything. And nothing bad better happen to him. That's all I got to say. Better not. Because if you think the people that beating him down and saying bad things about him are bad, you ain't seen a monster. Two things you don't do. You never give up on loving somebody, and you never piss a pastor off. So, do yourselves a favor. Tell people, hey, thank Can for what he's done for his time. I may not always agree with everything he does, and he doesn't agree with everything I do. And by God, that's just life. But I've sat back and watched him do a lot of things and help a lot of people in their lives. And for that, he deserves a lot of credit. So if you're his friend and you're watching this stream, do what you can to heal that and patch that back up. Because there's a lot of people that are going to miss him. Not me. Because I could call him anytime I want. But I'm just saying, there's a lot of people that are going to miss him. There's a lot of people that count on him. So, if you're his friend, do what you can to try to help him out. Really. I seen it. I seen the video. I didn't even know it was on because I don't watch everybody's stuff. I look. I have a busy life. I have a real busy life, right? I'm always doing something. I try to fit in videos while I'm taking messages and phone calls and text messages, and my life is just filled, right? And hopefully, this fall it will lighten up and I can start doing some really cool stuff. I got a lot of cool stuff lined up for this winter. You guys ain't even going to believe what's coming. Totally different. That's why I've been so quiet. Working on a lot of cool stuff. But yeah, you know what? Help them out if you can. At least say hi, tell them you love them. And leave it at that. Because sometimes less is more. Saying too much can just steal the pot. You know what I mean? So. Anyway, that's that. I'm done. I'm done saying anything about him, but that's it. Okay? All right, we're finished with that. Anyway, what's going on? I can read this. That's good. Very good. Very cool. Yeah, you know, Rochelle, look. I think everybody gets it. I've got it. I've had people go off the handle on me and not think that I wouldn't say anything. And I say, I don't care. I I don't fear anything. No one can take my ministry license, so I ain't worrying about that. You know, what are you gonna do? Come to my house, kick my ass? I doubt it. I don't worry about that stuff. You know, I was in the army too long. Too many signs at the end of the road, and it would be very dangerous and it would be bad. So I don't worry about all that stuff. I don't. And I try to treat people good. I try to be honest, loving, and caring. I'm hard love, but you know what? I deal with some very hard people, and they expect it. Weak person never get to them. I can guarantee you that. You know. So, well, Pastor Bob does it his way, and it's been working for me for all these years. I ain't gonna stop. Anyways, did you guys see my video today? I kick your ass, Mike, in a New York second, and you know why. I know you know. You know. I don't have to even do nothing. It only takes one finger. I just get my friend out. You know my friends, right? Smith and Wesson. And that freak, you know that freak guy? Glock. Yeah, you know him. I got that Russian guy too. He likes to help me out. His name's Makarov. And then if I get really mad, I have to call in the ponies. I have to call in my coat friend. Ah, you're getting a mug? How you know you're getting a mug? Boy, you guys just think you're getting mugs now? Yeah. You guys do watch my videos, huh? Yeah, they're pretty cool mugs. I got a sign, because we don't want any to get broke. I'm going to assign 10 of them. Then I'm going to send 10 to Judge at a time. And as he needs them, he'll get more. I don't tell him what he's going to do, whether he's giving them away or whether he's selling them, whatever. I got some cool ideas of both. So that way I can buy more mugs, you know what I mean? And still have a chance to give some away and sell some. So, man, they're expensive. Everything's so expensive. You know what? I mean, Jesus, Lord have mercy. But, you know, God. Anyway, I told someone I call my fighting style is Subaru. You're fighting style on Subaru. Run that ass over, huh, Biggie? That's funny. Oh, 49 cents. You got full insurance. I only got liability. I only got liability. I'm sorry, man. Yeah. Yeah. You guys see that car I'm working on? So I got a Hyundai Accent 2007. Hey, I'm putting all brand new brakes, all brand new front end in this thing. Uh, 4 brand new coils, brand new harness, wiring harness, brand new iridium plugs, air cleaner, oil change, you name it. I'm going all the way through. I spent about, $600 some dollars on parts, but I got a really good deal on the car. So, but you're not going to believe it when I show it to you. So when I get done, I'm going to do a little video for you guys. It's not. It's not for me. It's um, Marianne's mom's car. She wanted us to get her a car and a nice car. And my God, I don't feel like messing around, guys. And she ain't getting no damn race car. Because she's 84 years old, right? Look, if she gets a cramp in her right leg and she's got a fast car, it's hammer time. You know what I'm saying? So, with the i4, just a regular i4, no twin turbos or anything, she ought to be pretty good. I mean, I guess she could get up to about 140 in that thing, but I'm just saying, she ought to be pretty safe. So, I'm redoing everything. It's just so nice. It's clean as a whistle. I mean, the underbody's great. I went through the whole thing. And you know what's really funny? You guys are going to laugh. There's a rust spot in the whole car. Only one. It's the size of a diamond. It's in the right rear wheel wall. That's it. Michelle, you asked me where I'm at. What do you mean? You mean where do I live? Was that the question? Where do I live? Look at my hair. It's kind of puffy. I'm not as sexy as I usually am. I should have sexied myself up for you guys. I'm sorry. I'm just going all pig on you tonight. Oh, God. I'm doing it like back alley Bob tonight. Anyway, Rochelle, if you ask me where I live in Rhode Island. That's where I live. I was born and raised here in Rhode Island. My family's been here since the 1600s. At least one side of my family. There's many sides to my family. I mean, I'm like, Heinz 57. So the Native American part of me has been here forever. So, but the other parts of me, my family's actually been here. And as a matter of fact, one of my family members helped sign. I live in Hopkinton, Rhode Island. So in this town, my family was one of the first members to sign Hopkinton uh, as a town in the 1600s. So my family's been around a while. I don't know if that's good or bad, but they've been here. Cornell family, they came over. I got the genealogy of the Cornell family. Um, I don't know where I put it. It's over there somewhere. Got some smart guys. My I don't know, it was two greats or three great uncles. Started Western Union and also started Cornell University. Um, when my great uncle was a captain of a ship and he came over, the Cornell side from Ireland, he started the first brothel in America. Imagine that. We started the first whorehouse. Great. Wonderful. I say that just so I can get it out so that people know that I know. Yes, I know. I have the genealogy. Yeah. We're pretty famous, right? God help us. Oh, Lord. Anyway, I want to let you know. So, from October to December, if you didn't catch my stream from last night, I got all kinds of giveaways that we're going to be doing. Going to be coins, wireless earbuds, power tools, guitar. I mean, all kinds of stuff. Yep. You'd be entered to win The more you spend, the more things you'll be entered to win. So I'm just letting you all know. Hey, like that. Be kind of cool, huh? And who knows? More people might send stuff. Never know. You never know. It's a big old world. Now, I don't know what's going to happen, but it's fall. And everybody knows I usually kick into doing auctions in the fall. And my auctions this year are going to be a little different. They're not just going to be coins. I'm going to have some guitars to auction. I'm going to have different types of keepsake, but I'm going to have some really nice stuff this year. It won't be all at one time. It'll be, throughout the several months. And it'll be fun. Some really nice stuff, some high dollar stuff. Expensive woods. But if you want to get something really nice, stay tuned. You're going to see some really nice stuff coming. I've been working my tail off. As a matter of fact, I think it's still out there in the garage. Oh man, I've been hurting. Oh, trying to make it. Ran out of my pain meds, and well, I found a couple in my emergency little thing I carry on me. When I go somewhere. I hope they get them to me tomorrow. I'm going to be pretty mad. Last month it took them 3 weeks to get it right. I just don't understand the VA sometimes. It's like a love-hate relationship with them guys. It really is. I change doctors more than I change socks. Really. I bet I got a pair of socks from the first, well, maybe not. Because I kind of like new socks. Because I don't know about you guys, but you know when socks suck is when you get them little balls in your socks. Where you going? Watch a damn movie. Okay, I see how it is. Go on with your bad self then, Michael P. Panucci. Go ahead on with your bad self. You go watch your movie. What are you gonna go watch? There was a movie I was gonna watch. I can't remember what the heck it was, and I passed out with sleep. I was like, woke up. I was like, what time is it? I said, oh my god, it's 7 o'clock. I slept in today because most of the time I'm up at like 4:30, 5 o'clock. Oh no, I slept in. Felt good. Anyway, so what's going on with you guys? Anyways, you have a good day? Did you work today? Doing investments in stocks? Buy any silver? Sell anything? Fix anything today? Come on, hit me. Yeah, me too, Biggie. I sit there. I don't watch a lot. Look, I put it on, but that don't mean I'm paying attention to it. If you know what I mean. I'm a gamer, right? So I game, and I'll get on. I'll game for an hour or two if my friends are on, or if I feel like it. I haven't been gaming like in the past 6 months like I used to. My body hurts too bad. You know, I'm just really not into it. But lately, I like the game, so I got on for an hour or two, and I'll game, say hi to my friends. But after that, for some reason, unless it's something that really has my attention, I'll sit there, I'll start watching it like this. I'll be laying in the bed. Next thing you know, I'm out. Forget it. Unless that door handle downstairs turns, or there's a creak or a noise, or the dog goes off, I won't hear it. Somebody touches that door over there, and I guarantee you, that Glock is at the ready. Outside of that, I've been worn out, man. I cut wood today, right? Now, unless you cut wood, you wouldn't understand, but so the wood's been sitting down there at the, down at the lower part of the property. Some of it, not nowhere's near. I got about, I don't know, 12 cord out there that has to be cut, but I just can't. I just don't have the energy to do it right now. So I got up and I cleaned up out back, picked up the trash and stuff, and I said, well, I better go start cutting some wood, because otherwise winter's going to be here and I'm going to be mad at myself for not getting prepared. So I cut a pallet's worth. So the pallets, I don't know, 4 feet long and 36 inches wide, 38 inches wide, and it's about, I don't know, 4 or 5 feet tall. So I cut all the wood, well, that much wood, and stacked it up. And I figure if I can do that much every day, for the next couple of weeks, because I have a lot of dead wood, if my body will let me, then, I'll have plenty of wood for the winter. I won't have to worry about it. And, with Mary going through everything that she's going through, I got to pick up the pieces in different places probably. You know, she probably thinks that that's not going to happen, but I know it will. And gotta do what I gotta do. She do it for me, so I'll do it for her. It's just the way it is, right? So, I did that for years till broke fireplace dried out the mortar and cracked it. Hey, you know what you do to that, Biggie? You put a stainless steel insert in it. That's what I did to my chimney. Of course, that's a long story. When you redo a chimney, or you want to fix a chimney, or whatever the case is, you put that stainless steel insert in it. Nothing else matters. You don't have to touch that chimney for another 50 years. Guaranteed. Yep. And every other season, you just clean it out. And it's easy. Just run the brush down through it. That's it. Vacuum it out. Done. Simple and easy. Of course, it was, I don't know, a couple grand to do it, but easy as pie to do. Easy as pie. I bruised the whole inside of my arms. Supposed to have a guy do it. And that's a long, bad story. We won't even talk about that. I ended up doing. I still got to get back up there again because I had some stuff to do. But started melting metal in the firebox insert. Jesus, you guys really like it hot. What happened? You get a chimney fire or something? They must have been really stoking that baby. Holy cow. Man. I watched a guy one time. This guy built this chimney, right? And generally, every state has their own codes, but there is a code, right? So your chimney has to be, so far up your roof line, and then it has to be so far above the roof, because you got to have the right amount of draft, right? because that's what pulls the fire and everything up to the chimney. Well, I was sitting in his house when oh God, I don't know how many years ago this was. Back in the 90s. And I was still partying, you know. So I was sitting on the couch having a beer, chilling out. We were watching a football game. I think we were watching uh, the Indianapolis Colts. Kept the house warm. I hear you. I hear you. We're watching Indianapolis Colts, right? And I'm looking in that stove, right? I'm like, something ain't right with your stove over there. Yeah, you draft open? Yeah. I said, all right. He went and opened that door, and I don't know what happened. I guess it didn't have no oxygen, and the oxygen came from the roof down the chimney and right at him. It threw him right across. Oh, I was like, oh my God. I sobered up real quick. I was like, you all right, dude? He had soot all over him. Poor guy. He goes, wow, that was a buzzkill. You're lucky you didn't burn all your hair off your head, you dummy. So we ended up putting raising his chimney up another 4 feet. Raised his chimney up about another 4 feet and put a double draft system on it. Yeah, he was lucky. I'm glad I didn't go check that stuff. That right now, boy. Yeah, we ended up fixing it for him. And that's the problem, you know. Today, you hire people to come do something, you know, and you expect them to do a good job, and you know, some people say, "Oh, I can get it cheaper." You may be able to get it cheaper, but are you going to get it done right? Are you going to get a quality job? You know, that's the key. You know, I tell you, I've seen a lot of things in my lifetime. I had a friend of mine. He made this huge chimney. Now, when I'm telling you huge fireplace, I'm talking you can go down the chimney, okay, and it's not tight. You know, so it's like the inside's like 36 inches by 4 foot. It's just one massive, massive stone chimney, right? I go, why in the hell did you build such a big chimney? Because you're not going to believe it when I tell you. I said, listen, man, I've heard just about every story in the world, so hit me with it. Because when my kids expect Santa to come down the chimney, I says, what? Yeah, they expect to hear, you know, Santa land on the roof, then to come down the chimney. Bro. Yeah, he says, so every year when the kids sleep, he says, you know, Santa's got to do what Santa's got to do. Next thing you know, here comes down the rope. I said, what? Yeah, he comes down the chimney, delivers the presents. Because when the chimney ain't big enough, you know, he's kind of fat. He might get stuck. So, built a big chimney. I said, you're not lying to me, are you? He goes, no, I'm serious. I did it for the kids. And I'm like, all right. Whatever works, man. So the things that you'll do for your kids, I guess, you know, build a humongous chimney. I don't know how much that chimney costs, but I can tell you right now, I'll bet that chimney cost him a good $35,000 to build that bad boy. Either that or he bought it some. He probably bought it work with some guy for that, knowing him. Probably did deck work or something like that, or put an addition on for somebody and got that chimney built. Yeah. A lot of them today, they're just putting in the stainless steel flues, like I was telling you about. And what they do is they build a fireproof box around it, you know, and then they just put fake stone on the outside. It ain't even a real chimney. It ain't even real brick. Well, maybe it's just a little thin, veneer brick. Whatever. Don't work for me. It is what it is, though. So, did you finally get your uncle's place all straightened out? Did you move in there yet, Biggie? I was wondering about that. Takes a little while for this thing, though. Got more money to finish it. Hoping by Thanksgiving or Christmas. Cool. That'd be nice. I got I don't know, I may do one side tomorrow. I got 2 rows on each side of cedar shingles to put up on the caboose out there. And then I have to do some drip edge and a triple stack trim on the front. I'm pretty much done with that. I have all the stuff. I've had all the stuff. My thing is I have stuff to do stuff, but I don't always do it because if my body's not feeling good, then I don't do it. But when I'm up and running, I gotta do what I gotta do. So I gotta tell you something. You're gonna laugh your ass off, right? So I was thinking about a good joke, right, as a giveaway. I gotta show you this. You're gonna laugh. You ready for this? Look. Foot cleansing pads. While you sleep, they cleanse your foot. They cleanse your feet while you sleep. You wake up and you're refreshed because you know what? Your delicate little footsies have been cleaned while you were sleeping. Right straight from Japan. Natural, deep cleansing. And you too can win a pack of these if you bid and win coins on my channel. Thank you for stopping by. What do you think of that? I'm begging you. That's another excuse for lazy people not take a shower, I suppose, or whatever. don't know. Might work on your asshole if you try if you want. But you better make sure you take it off before you go dookie in the morning. Or you may just have backup. And you just may be labeled a redneck. Or a swamp Yankee, one or the other. Oh, God. See? Now, if you didn't say that, I wouldn't have been all dirty about it, baby. I'm just saying. Oh, God. That's something else. I never even heard of nothing like that. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, baby. You're going to really like me. Why? I'm telling you. I'm feeling sexy tonight. Why? Because my feet smell like evergreens. Oh my God. Baby, you know I don't do nothing but blue spruce. You keep picking that damn cedar up, and I hate the smell of it. Cedar gives me itches. I get a rash back there. Oh my God. Ah. Oh boy. Now that's funny. I don't care who you are. I don't know. There's some things I don't mind trying. Man, they come up with all kinds of gimmicks, you know what? I'm serious. Some things that just make people lazy, you know? Like toenail clippers. What the hell you need toenail clippers for? Put that damn toe in your mouth and chew on it like everybody else in the world that does it and doesn't tell anybody. Oh my God. I was in church one time, right? I was in church one time. We're all on the table, right? We're all on this big table. Everybody's sitting around talking, right? And this lady's going, I'm like, I think she's got worms. Guy next to me, he goes, what? Yeah, I think that's a sign that you have worms when you start chewing on your fingernails. He goes, you gotta stop, man. I'm gonna pee my pants laughing. He said, you gotta stop. I said, I bet she gets right into them toenails that night. He goes, Bob! I go, what? I said, you never nibbled on a toenail in your life? You a liar. He goes, I ain't saying I ain't never done it. He says, but I'll tell you it like this. I ain't never admitting to it. Oh my God. I say they should just have like automatic toe trimmer, right? So you stick your feet in this machine and it scans your toenails, right? It can tell you where your cuticle is and everything. And it goes, and it trims your toenails for you, just perfect every time. I've never seen one. So if somebody patents it, I said it first, and you owe me half. That is a good idea. I'm just saying. Automatic, automatic pedicure and manicure. Yeah, you might have it somewhere, but I haven't seen one. Just saying. Hey, what do you do for work anyway? You doing anything? You working? Probably ought to send something to. Um, oh man, my brain is just shot some days. You know. Uh, oh God, what did I guess was in New Jersey? Oh, man. Hey, let me ask you a question. I need something from you. Can you get it for me? You know what I need, don't you? I had somebody promise me one and they never sent it to me. But I need something from you. So if you ever find a piece, please send me one. I need it about that long too. You know what I mean, right? I need it about that long. About 2 feet long, if you can. Please. Pretty please. With sugar on top. What's up, Daniel Stokes? AKA Faz Stokes. Biggie is my buddy Stokes. I I game with him. I've been gaming with him for years. He got a fancy brand new car. While the rest of us are driving around in a bunch of roaches, he's driving a big, sexy, brand new car, all decked out, fancy. We got to get out there and take the spark plugs out, and clean them, and put them back in. He just gets, he just talks to his car. Start up for me, baby. And she goes, vroom, vroom. Ah, Daniel, fancy car. See? See? I wasn't lying to you. I'm telling you, he's got a brand spanking new car. That's his new queen, Queen of Sheba. See? 2021 Kia Forte GT. Pretty damn fancy, ain't it? I bet I could take his ass off the line with my mini bike. Hey, I'm happy for him. You know, look, you're only going to be young once. You might as well enjoy the fact that you can have something nice. Really. Because when you get old and you have kids and you have responsibilities, you know what? All that stuff goes away. And you get stuck with the old Ford truck. Yep. Trust me. Absolutely. Yep. Oh my God. I was going to get on tonight there, Daniel Stookie Buttons. How long are you on for? 7 years. 7 years. You better hope that damn Kia lasts 7 years there, Daniel. 7 years at $433 a month. Sweet Jesus in heaven. My tractor was I think my tractor payment is $233 or $243 a month. And that was for 6 years. Next year it's done. It's paid for. Thank you, Jesus. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens next year. Things go good. Maybe I'll let Mary go buy herself a new car. Imagine that. But she's got to keep it the same payments as I had to pay for my tractor. And she can go buy herself a new car. I told her that anyway. And what happens? I get stuck with the old pickup truck. Maybe once in a while I get to drive a new car. Right? That's right. If you take care of it, you do your tune-ups and keep it clean and wash and wax it and put a cover over it, it'll last you a long time. I got a 2005 Ford Ranger. I got a Ford Ranger 4x4 Edge. It's all custom made. It's got the German 4-liter motor in it. Great truck. I think I'd put $1,000 into that truck. As a matter of fact, I haven't put all the parts in. I still have the clutch, pressure plate, throw-out bearing, the actuator, and all that stuff. Still brand new out in the garage. I got to do that. I'm thinking about doing that soon. So, but yeah, it's been a great truck. I don't care what anybody says. It ain't rusted out. I had it all underbodied, and I go under there every year, and I get underbody it. So, yeah, good truck. No complaints. Does its job. I was never a Ford man. Well, I had a 64 Ford Falcon when I was a kid. And that was the only Ford I owned. I owned a Pontiac Le Mans station wagon, 350. You could fit 12 people in that car, right? It was a great car. Land Shock. We used to call it the Land Shock. Yeah. I had the greatest paint job in the world. I did it with shaker cans. I had a set of chrome mags on that big old long strip. It was big, man. It was. It was a big car. But you could go camping in that bad boy. You could. Put the back seat down. Yeah. That's right. It was a big, big car, man. Pontiac Le Mans station wagon. Look it up. It was a big car. I loved it. Yep. My mom gave it to me, my mom and dad, because I had a 72 AMC Hornet, right? I just had a brand new exhaust in it, just had the valves done on it, all brand new tires, all brand new brakes and everything, right? It was puff. I mean puff. My dad wanted to use it. So I let him use it. Went down the bar, got drunk. Went to come in the driveway. We had these big old boulders at the end of the driveway. Huge boulders. My mom would tell you this story. Ran it right up on top of that damn boulder and ripped the whole exhaust system off, totaled the front end. I was inside the house when it happened. You ain't never seen somebody so mad in your life. I was mad. I was so proud of that car. Had 72 SS Chevelle, 396, 475 horsepower, Muncie 4-speed Stone Crush M22. Had a Dana rear end in it. Beautiful car. Yeah. Next fiance took that and smashed it into the corner of a green dumpster down at Dunn's Corners. Had a Datsun 610. I had a lot of cool cars. Had it, what was it, Z72? Can't remember. Beretta? Oh, that thing was fast, man. It would get it. I ain't lying. It would get it. Yep. Had a lot of cool cars. Had a lot of Chevrolets. Had an 80 GTO. Yeah. I know how it is, man. I mean, I think we all go through that stage in our life where things just go crazy, right? You spend all that time doing something, and in the blink of an eye, it goes to shit, right? Flipped it 3 times. Whew. You're lucky to be living. That's rough. Yeah. Had a buddy of mine put his car right between the crotch of 2 trees. He's out racing out in Arcadia, right? So this is back in the 80s, early 80s, right? So Arcadia is a reservation, right? Big reservation. So out there racing down the dirt roads at night, bunch of them. Well, he missed the corner, and he went right through the trees, and he got his car wedged right between these 2 trees. I mean, it just went, and I mean, it made 2 straight lines. I mean, it just buckled both of those front fenders right in, and just wedged him in there. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning. I hear this rap on my window. I'm like, what the hell? Rap, rap. I go, what? What are you doing yelling in my window? Dude! I go, yeah, I'm awake. What's up? Man, you gotta come and get my car out. I said, where is it? Stuck between 2 trees on Arcadia Reservation. I go, what? I said, well, how'd you get here? He said, well, I thumbed most of the way. He says, and I walked about a half a mile. I go, dude. He goes, we're going to need a chainsaw. I go, what the hell do we need a chainsaw for? He says, and we're going to need some hammers. I was like, what the? Oh, that's, yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, I know. I get it. We all done it. Yeah, you're going to see me up there cutting them trees down in the middle of the morning. Him and the flashlight cutting the trees away from the car. Unbelievable. Unfriggin' believable. And I pulled him out of there with a station wagon. I did. I pulled him out of there. Banging the freaking front fenders in. Oh, his dad was pissed. He started yelling at me, his old man. I go, what are you yelling at me for? What do you mean, why am I yelling at you? You was probably edging him on. I said, I was actually home in bed. I wasn't there. Looked at my buddy. He goes, is that true? Because, yeah, he says, I thumbed most of the way, walked about a half mile. He says, and knocked on his window to have him come help me. Oh, well, I apologize. I said, oh, no. You're not getting off that easy. You make an ass out of yourself and you want to talk crap to me? No. You owe me. And he took care of me. You know? Went and got me a case of beer one night. You know how it is when you're young. Come on, back in the day. Come on, you know. We were country boys. What do you want? Now I'm totally against it. That doesn't make sense, does it? Goes back to that old saying, Biggie. Do as they say, not as they do. Yeah, absolutely. I was driving tractor trail down US 24 coming from the Buckeye, right? Where you gonna go? I said, I gotta go down, catch some more tree work. Catch you all later. Take it easy, man. All right, Daniel. We'll see you later, brother. Take care. Thanks for stopping by. We'll see you later. So I'm coming out of the Buckeye, right? And I'm heading down US 24, and I'm going from the Buckeye through. I was going through the bypass because you could take US 24 to the bypass, which was like 469 because 69 runs north, and 469 ran around Fort Wayne, and shooting down that way. And I get down there, and I'm almost into Illinois, and it was snowing like crazy, but it was so cold, right? That oh, that's cool. That's cool. Well, thanks, Daniel. I appreciate you stopping by. Hey, we'll have to get on tomorrow night and grind out a little bit. I was going to get on tonight and grind out my second character a little bit. I got on with uh, Shadow a little bit the other night, but I'll have to get on tomorrow night. So don't work too hard. Anyway, so I'm driving along now. I was driving for Schneider National Carriers, and matter of fact, I got a picture of me downstairs. You want to see a picture of me? I used to drive truck. You're gonna laugh. I'll go get it because people never believe that I've done all this stuff. So I might as well refill my coffee cup while I'm down there. Huh? You're not gonna believe this, Biggie. Don't be laughing now. I was sexy. Here's a picture of me when I used to drive for Schneider National Carriers. I told many people the story about my truck, 19,000. It was one of the last cab overs in their fleet. I loved it. I wouldn't give it up even for a hood. I love the truck so much. But here's a picture of me when I used to drive for Schneider National Carriers. You know, out in my truck. Imagine that. So you got to prove things on YouTube because if you don't, they call you bullshit or so. Because I've done so much, it's kind of hard for everybody to believe that. The one man does so much stuff. Oh yeah, I got I got my commercial driver's license. There's a young me. My CDL. You guys can see that. Back in the day. Mm. This is when I had my Class B license. I have my Class A too. Anyway, um, found it one day. Yeah, I know. I was in a blows rain. I was chilling with my truck. I love that truck. I used to, a lot of drivers when they drive for companies, they don't take care of their trucks the way they should. They really don't. Me, I used to take care of my truck. It was clean. It was so clean you could eat off the motor. And anytime that I go into the terminals, right, they'd be like, "Here he comes," and my truck was always clean. I'd always wash it. It was always spit shine. So I wanted a new motor. I know one experience man does a lot. Hard to believe. Yeah, well, I'm glad you do, but there's a lot of people out there that don't know that you can do a lot in your life. You just have to want to do a lot. You have to want to be uh, learn. You know, and I really enjoyed driving truck. I had a lot of fun with it. I really did. I've been to everywhere. I've been everywhere except North Dakota. It's the only state that I ain't been to. I've been to every other state, even Alaska. Yep. I didn't get to go to North Dakota, and that was my ex-wife's fault. She wouldn't let me go. Outside of that, I've been to them all. Yep. In the worst weather you can possibly think of. I've been over every bad mountain. That's a drivable mountain, that is, in the United States. Yep. Oh, drove a straight truck in New York City? How the hell you do that? I hated driving New York City. I hated it. Freaking overpasses. Your 13.6 bridges, when you're at 12.6, you only got a foot clearance when you're going underneath that bad boy. And some of them bridges, they're like this. So, you might be 11 foot down here and then 13, 6 on the other end. So you got to make sure you know where you're going and what time it is. Yeah. Yep. I told him, I said, "You want me to do New York City? I want to go in there between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. I want to get in there, drop it, and get the hell out. Because there ain't nobody around." Yep. Yeah, over the road long. I trained for a while for Schneider, so I trained drivers. They used to go out with me and I'd train them. And I really enjoyed that. That was fun. You know, yeah, that's the best time, man. You got to Look, otherwise you got to deal with that New York traffic. And unless you got balls of steel and nerves of steel, you do not want to go down there during the day. So I used to tell them, I'll say, hey, you want me to make deliveries? I have no problem. But it's going to be at this time frame. And I'll go run them in there, pick up, I'll drop a load and pick up another load and go. Or pick up an empty and go. Drop at a drop yard, pick up another load, and I'm out. And that was the deal. I would not go down there in the middle of the day. I did that like 4 times. Waste your whole day. Because, four-wheelers don't care. They just do not care. So, that was the deal. You go to Nabisco in New York City, and you can back around that corner and down into that dock with only one pull-up, and they give you a whole bunch of cookies and stuff for free. Well, back when I was driving. Back in the 90s. Oh, yeah. Yep. So I'd back right down. I'd back that baby up there, disconnect, turn around, side hook, and pull that baby right down the hole. Get my free damn cookies. You can bet on that. Yep. I enjoyed it. It was fun. Met a lot of great people. Seen a lot of things that some people will never see in their life. I've been all over the world too. So, not truck driving, but I've enjoyed my life, and I still do. And that's why I tell the younger people, enjoy your life. Adventure out there. Don't be afraid to adventure. Just use some common sense. There's lots of life out there to explore. You just got to want to do it. Don't be afraid. Because fear is what keeps you from it. I enjoyed it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they got Nabisco down there too. That's right. Hell of a nice people there. Really are. I had They had a bunch of they had so many cookies and crackers and stuff one time. They go, "Hey, what's in your sleeper?" This is what they said to me, right? I go, "What?" They go, "What's in your sleeper?" I go, "Nothing's in my sleeper." I said, "My sleeping bag and a pillow." I says, "And I got a cooler down there." I said, "That's it." Good. Keep your door open. I said, "All right." They go, "What's on your they go they go, "You got anything on your grates in the back?" I said, "No, I don't have anything back there." Talking about my kitty walk? Yeah. Oh. Okay. So they had uh like I don't know, you probably seen it. They had their own little room that you can sit down and they have free cookies and stuff in there. They said, "Okay, you're all set." They loaded my truck up, right? The back of my truck up. And then they loaded my truck up. They gave me look, you couldn't have fit a fart in my sleeper and in my passenger seat. They loaded cookies and stuff. I mean, the whole thing was filled. I was like, what am I supposed to do with all this? So periodically I'd meet, different truck drivers along the way. I say, "Hey, you got kids at home?" "Yeah." "So you want some cookies?" "What?" "Yeah." I said, "I was over at Nabisco and I got a bunch of cookies." I give them a case of cookies for the kids and stuff. Oh, yeah. They got all kinds of free stuff. They were really good to me. Everybody was. I got free toilet paper, free cigarettes. Oh, yeah. It was great. Had a lot of fun. There's some perks to it, and they really appreciate it. I tell you what I didn't like. I picked up. I got my STL says, "Oh, I got a load for you." I said, "Okay." I said, "What is it?" "Oh, just a drop and hook." I said, "Oh, okay, that's cool. I'll take it. Where's it going?" Uh, uh, you got to pick it up. I can't remember where the hell it was. I think I was picking it up out of Chicago, and I was bringing it to California. I said, "Okay, you know, just drop and hook, right? Bring it empty and pick up a full one, right?" I get there, and I don't know, they were having some kind of strike or some bullshit, right? I can't remember what I was picking up. I know I got a lot of free stuff that day. I can't remember what it was that I got. So I get there, right? And I'm like, the trailer was back. There was actually several trailers that were backed up against the dock. It was a bunch of docks, too. And I get there, and I go up to the window and I go, how come my trailer ain't loaded? They're striking. I said, "Striking what?" "Well, there ain't nobody to load it." I go, "You shitting me?" And I'm talking pallets, right? I go, "Well, what time are they going to be back?" He says, "You're not understanding. You're going to have to load that yourself if you want that load." I was like, "Oh my God." He goes, "But I got some free stuff if you want it. It's over there." I mean, when I'm talking boxes and stuff, all kinds of different stuff, toys, whatever. There was some of the boxes were smashed or whatever, but you could have it. You know what I mean? He said, "Load yourself up." I said, "Really?" He says, "Yeah. Load your cab up. Whatever you want." He says, "If you want to hand load it," he says, "have at it." I said, "Really?" He says, "Yeah." He says, "We got to get these loads out some way." He says, "So it's a little incentive for you." So I doubled down on this. I called my STL. I says, "Hey, they're on strike." "What?" I said, "I got to hand load this." He goes, "You shitting me?" I said, "No, I'm not." He goes, "Well, I give you an extra $150. Go ahead." I said, $150. I said, "You better give me 200. There's a lot. It's a 53-foot box." All right. So I go up to the guy. I go, "Hey, you got any of them propane hoisters around here?" He goes, "Oh, yeah, there's a bunch of them right over there." He says, "You know how to operate one?" I said, "Come on, man. Of course I do." He goes, "Help yourself." And I loaded my truck real fast. I was I had that truck loaded quick. And the great thing about loading your own truck is, you weight. So it's a lot easier to keep your load level. What they like to do is they always like to load the trailer to the outside. And I always like to put the center of gravity in the center. So I'd bring it in and then I'd, sidestep it and get it close to the center. And that way, the weight's more evenly distributed. So when you're changing your tandems, you can run your tandems in the right hole because some states make you run in a specific hole. Like I think Michigan's the 12th hole, the 11th hole, something like that. I can't remember. It's been a long time now. They don't care what your weight is or where your weight is distributed. They care that you're in that hole. So, yeah, I loaded that baby down, locked it down. The guy gave me the seal. I sealed the back. Boom! I was gone. So I got a whole bunch of free kids' toys and whatever else, face cloths, whatever, and $200 for doing that one. If I had to do it by hand with a pallet, the old pump jack, that would have sucked. That oyster made quick of it. Hey, there he is. What's up, Jack? How's your knee doing? You icing that bad boy? Did you get what I said, Big E? Hey, did you get what I said about working on the railroad and I need a piece about this long? Do you understand what I'm talking about? I'm trying to make something, and I think you know what I'm trying to make, right? I can't find any around here, so if you come across it, I would really appreciate it. Really would. That's right. That's exactly right. Exactly. I hope you're icing that knee there, Jack. I know it's got to be hurt like 7 L's. Man. Yeah, I already did. I already said something at the beginning of this stream about it, so you might want to go back and later on and check it out. You know how people are. I don't need to tell you, Jack. Like I was telling, me and Biggie were talking. It don't matter how long it is. Just I mean, I can weld it on something else. I can weld it on I beam or something like that. I just need a piece to make, big enough to where I can make a horn, because that's the biggest portion of it. It's just to be able to make the horn part. You know, so anything you can. It's no rush, but find something, I would appreciate it. You know, me and Biggie were talking. And like I said, you could do 1,000 things right for people, and one thing go wrong, and they want to crucify you. So the world of YouTube, right, and the coin people. Here's the thing, and I think you all remember this. When the whole big old thing came down with JB coins, right? Remember about a year ago, and everybody decided, hey, this is just a little bit too shaky for us, and we don't want to be a part of this, and it's not looking good, and they need to air that stuff out. When JB Coins took my comment down, which was trying to be helpful, it was like, you know, he was bigger than people trying to help him, like he's something special. So, I was a night that I told Candy, and hey, you ought to do this because you'd be really good at it. And he touched a lot of people, and you know, regardless of whether I see eye to eye with everything that he does, which I don't, I still respect the man, for helping all of those people and being there for all those people, and then they shit on his back doorstep like that. That's just not right, man. It's not, you know. Look, no matter what happened, I don't care what happened, you know. It don't really matter. Just don't let it happen again, no matter what it is. But move on, you know. Remember what the guy does for you. It's just stupid, it really is. I mean, it's stupid that you have to teach grown ass adults that. You know what I mean? They're a bunch of big babies. That's why I'm glad I don't have all that crap over here. Really, I really am. People are respectful here. They're friends here. You know, we do all kinds of weird stuff. We have auctions too, but we're laid back guys. And I think sometimes you get into something, and sometimes you lose track of what's going on, or if it's real, or did you take the time? And things can happen to anybody. Anybody can have stuff happen. You know, it's just stupid. It really is. And it's disrespectful. It really is. So you just need some chill out time. That's all. Yeah, bunch of freaking haters. And you know what gets me? Most of those guys don't even know how he started, when he started, and why he started. Most of those people don't know him personally. They don't really know him. They think they do. I know him on a personal basis. And I just think it's wrong, you know. But I don't deal with, most of his crew. I mean, I know a lot of the people and they're very respectful to me. Some of them like me, some of them don't. That's fine. Tomorrow's going to come and go. Don't matter. You know what I mean? And, but, it's just a shame that the people that don't really know him and don't really know what he does, that come from other channels, you know, have this bullshit to talk about. I don't dig it, man. I really don't. I don't dig it. But, you know, I'm a believer that time heals all things, and I think that, things will heal in time. And maybe sometimes it's good just to step back and get a breath of fresh air and take a step away, and you'll be fine. He's got to worry about him first, you know, he really does. And it's not when the air gets so thick that you can cut it with a knife and it's not healthy for you, then you need to move on and worry about your health first, right? Yeah, I know. He gave a lot of time for a lot of people, and he tolerated a lot of things that, you know, a lot of other people wouldn't tolerate, you know? He didn't have to give all that time to them. Sit around and listen to them, listen to their problems and counsel them, stay up to the wee hours of the morning, stressed out, you know, when he had so many other things that he could have been doing with his time to help himself. But instead, he helped them, you know. And I think it would only be right for people to join together and give him a little bit of their love. The real friends, the real people who really respected the man, you know, and let him have his air for a while. And I think that that'll weigh on his heart too. And after a while, maybe he just needs a little break and he'll be back. Why not? Whatever works best for him, you know, whatever works best for him. Just have to be a little more cautious about what he does. You know, maybe not do no more. Maybe not do no more. You know, fundraisers or anything like that for people. If you're gonna do something. Where you have a track record of everything. Like we did when he did one for me. You know, and don't do it all the time. Just do it once in a while, because that kind of atmosphere just attracts the wrong type of people. There's some smart, slick people out there, man. Just an invitation for the devil to creep up on you. That's what I say. Or evil itself. There's a right and wrong way of doing things. You just never know. And it's a shame that somebody took advantage of him like that. And I'm sure it's not the first time that something happened like that either. To him. They took advantage of him. It's a shame. Yeah. Look, I'm a pastor, right? So I know there's a lot of organizations that can help people. right? I know that. So once you prove that you've went to all these people, hey, there's plenty of help there. Giving cash to people opens up a door for the beggars. Okay? The lazy people who really don't need the money because they're already getting help. What do you need a fundraiser for if you're already getting money? And medical bills are already being paid. Most hospitals, in areas, if you're on a fixed income, they'll put you up in a motel. Or they have special arrangements that you can book to stay in those hospitals or whatever. And you can get meal tickets. How do I know that? Because my daughter was in Boston Children's Hospital on and off for years. And I was up there. I know. So there ain't no lying to me about it. And there was nobody giving me no donations. I struggled. And I still struggle. But I don't beg people for shit. I don't believe in that. I don't. If people see that I'm real and I really do the things that I do and they give from their heart, then by God, I really appreciate it. And I really do appreciate it. Whether it's $1 or $5,000, it doesn't matter. I appreciate it the same way. Some people can give a lot and some people can only give a little. And I understand that, you know, and I try to never take advantage of people, you know, I really don't. And I always try to give back too. I'm a very reciprocal person, and people do really nice things for me and go up and above and beyond. I try to do something exceptionally nice for them. You know that. I don't need to tell you that. You know that. And, that's just the way I like to be. And sometimes it gets out of hand. That's when you got to put the halt to it. My channel is not ran for that reason. You know, I could easily, do the things that I need to do to become monetized, but I want to grow slow and I want to have a nice family and great people who follow me and, you know, understand that you never know what you can get with old Pastor Bob. You know what I mean? But what you see is what you get. What you see in front of this camera is the same guy. If you pulled up in my yard, it's the same guy. He doesn't change any. I don't. Everybody that knows me will tell you I'm the same guy. But for a lot of those people out there in the YouTube land, they're not. Some of them have been faking the funk. And I watch them, and I can tell who fakes the funk and who doesn't. When they have a little bit too much knowledge of something and they're not old enough to really know that stuff. Anybody can read a book or watch a video, write something down, and then come back and make it seem like they're, God's gifts to woodworking or coins or guitar building. But people who've been around a long time and been doing this stuff and can prove sessions, and you see it in everything that they do, and they prove it, there's a big difference. You know the real guys because the real guys don't have real fancy. The real guys are not trying to go overboard. And they're not trying to be perfectionists. And they're not trying to be the biggest guy on the block. They're just hometown boys, right? And some of them do the best work in the world. But to get them to do something for you, sometimes it's hard because, they're all booked up because people know that, they do. I got friends that, even throughout this whole pandemic, they're still working, they haven't stopped working, which is a great blessing. And then other friends, well, they came up with the shit end of the stick, as they say. And it's sad. And I've tried to, do what I can to help them too. I mean, sometimes I put myself second, believe it or not. Mary will tell you that. I'm a very giving person. And sometimes people don't understand that I have a lot of things and I've accomplished and received a lot of things over the years, you know. And I have a lot of projects waiting. I just don't get to them, you know. People say, "Oh, you must got a lot of money. You're doing that." No, I trade, I barter, I do things for people. They do things for me. You know, that's how you make it in this world. It's not all about cash. Cash is great. Cash helps when you need the cash, but there's many ways of helping people and helping each other. You just have to venture into that little bartering system, right? It's crazy. It's funny. Um, you know what's funny? I'll tell you guys something. I watched a lot of bitches and complainers on YouTube, right? All upset, chasing the ghost, right? I'm going to tell you, they've been bitching out the U.S. Mint, crabbing on them, and it's not, and this, blah 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 blah. Look, I've had some problems with the U.S. Mint myself, but I try not to go overboard with them, because look, they got a hard job too. And when you're doing specialty coins, it's tough. And when you take on a big load, you know, and any major business, a company, or whatever organization, the government, look, they got to make money too. And sometimes it's maybe a little unethical, and maybe the principles need to be fixed, and that takes time. But there was a lot of guys bitching and crabbing about this. They don't have. Well, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I got on. A friend of mine, JR, goes, "Oh, you got to get that set." I said, "Dude." He goes, "Well, it's going to be coming up pretty soon." I go, "I don't have the money." I said, "I'd love to get it, but, still a chance of getting it." I said, "But, I don't have the money." He goes, "Well, I need some organs." I said, "Well, that's fine and dandy, but I ain't going to help me any selling you the Morgan." He goes, I'll PayPal you the money over. Go for it. Try for it. Because I know that, you're into that stuff. I want the Morgans. I said, okay. So, and I'm going to tell you guys, I got on. I went there. I put this in the cart. It backfired one time. I went back in. Went to checkout. That was it. And it wasn't but maybe a minute or two afterwards, the whole system crashed. So I didn't have any problems. And the set is beautiful. I believe that's a Proof 70 set. The question is, do you have them graded, or do you leave them in the box? How many sets were graded? Do you think? What was it? 125,000, 175,000 sets, something like that, in the world. That's it. Ever made. Period. It's as rare, I believe, as the V75. The difference between them is there's two coins in this set. This is a key date set. Key date reverse proof set. So it makes it very, very valuable. I believe it should be more valuable than that V75. This should be a $1,500 or $2,000 set right here. And nothing says that it won't ever climb that high. So it is that super, super rare set. So I could easily, flip it for a few $100 more than what I paid for it, or I can hold on to it and sell some of my other stuff. I haven't really figured it out yet. I think some people are selling themselves short right now, and they're going to end up kicking themselves in the ass. really. So it was a great blessing for me to be able to get it. It was the right timing, the right person to help me, and I got it. But now I'm in the crossroads. And that's where it becomes very, very difficult, you know, when you're a collector. So, a friend of mine got a little salty. He wanted to give me $425 for them. And I said, no, I'm not going to do that. Well, no, he said 400, and another company, big company, offered me 425, and I said no. And people saying, well, you can get them on eBay maybe for 350, 400. I said, well, go ahead. But I've seen these coins, and I know they're high graders. I think that they're proof 70s. And everybody that's seen them can judge for themselves, right? So there's no, that's a whole different ball game. The difference between a proof 69 set and a proof 70 set is probably a couple $100 difference. They're both very valuable. They're both very rare. But it's super rare. That's for sure. So anyway, so, you know, but I do have some things that I'm going to bring to auction that people would not believe that I would have. But I've done some trading and bartering to get these things to be able to make my auctions good, that I'm going to have. It's going to be fun. I want it to be fun. I want the family to have fun. I want them to win some prizes because they've bought stuff, to help me with my charity. And my charity is done differently. I'm very transparent about it, how it's going to work, and people are going to have chances to win um, from different prize lots, depending on how much they spend. And that's on them. I'm not asking them to do it, but if they do, they got chances just like everybody else to win from these prize lots. Maybe a lot of people come, maybe very few people. Maybe some will get to the top, and maybe some won't. But no matter what, it's going to be there. And it'll be fun. And it'll be rewarding, not just for doing it to help other people, but for you to get something out of the deal too. And that's special to me because I want my friends and family to get a little bit of something out of it also. And I just happen to have some good friends that, understand that. And that's what makes it special. Yeah, I don't know you know what? I don't even know what they're selling for right now. But I'd say at least double. But they're not thinking. They're just after that fast cash. What's going to happen is, times to come, they're going to go up in value. Look at I don't know how many were made. The 2019 reverse proof, remember? Remember that 2019 reverse proof? That's still over $1,000. I think it was San Francisco. People got to think about that. But the ones that are really going to go are the frickin' Morgans and the Peace Dollar. Right? And the big dollars. And I do know a few people that come to my channel and watch my channel that got them. I got a few. Got a few people that helped me out along the way. And Some of them needed some stuff that I had, and I sacrificed them to get these. Because I'm the Morgan guy, right? I mean, everybody knows I love Morgan. So be able to pay down some of my credit cards. Jeez, man, my credit cards are screaming. It ain't free, you know. I don't even know what stuff's running right now. End of November? Jesus. Maybe you should find some stuff, Jack, that you don't need and get with me. Take some pictures. Maybe I need to do an auction for you. Holy crap. I'd turn somebody down because I haven't known them for very long. And they wanted me to hold an auction for them, and I had to refuse them because I don't really know them. I'm not personal with them. I don't talk with them. I haven't known them that long, you know. I don't have any rapport with them, so I told them I wouldn't do an auction for them. They were a little upset, but I think they understood in the long run why. It's a lot of responsibility, you know. Let's take a look and see what we can find here on old eBay. Let's see what they're running. Man, what's everybody after? I mean, this. Get the point, guys? Crazy. Crazy. Yep. And people who are not running them at that price, between $600 and $1,000, I wouldn't buy them from them. There's been what about Mike? All right, cool. Well, thanks for stopping by, Mike. Appreciate it, brother. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. I hope your set comes in. I hope it's as nice as mine. I really do. It's a great set. Appreciate you stopping by. Give me a thumbs up and a like. Appreciate it. Yeah. You know, I had a friend of mine who's a coin dealer. Um, he's not a big time guy, but he makes money on it. And this year alone so far, okay, this year alone so far, 14 fake so far, 14 fake annex cases, 20 something fake PCGS cases, and I can't remember what he said about NGC. Fake cases with fake coins. Fake. Yeah. All right, appreciate it, Mike. Thank you very much. Stop back by. We'll be having some auctions soon. Stay tuned. I think you might be impressed with some of them. come on by. We're a little bit lax though when we do it. We're kind of lazy. I'm a lazy I'm a lazy auctioneer. I like to talk more than I do anything else. So thanks for stopping by, bro. Appreciate it. I couldn't believe it when he told me that. He goes, there was people trying to sell him um, toned coins, right? Toned coins. And he says the toning was so good on them. It took him a while to figure them out. Some of them are so good that it almost fooled him. And I'll tell you what they're doing. Because he told me. You know the egg trick where you take a fresh egg. Now, fresh eggs work the best, by the way. I'm just going to let you know this. What they're doing is they're taping junk Morgans, right? We'll just say for a Morgan. We'll use Morgan as an example. Or whatever it may be. It could be quarters or dimes or whatever, right? I'm going to tell you what they're doing. Because he told me. So I'm letting you guys know. I'll show you. I don't have any Morgans, but I don't know if I have any coins just laying around. Oh, yeah, I do. So I'll take these 3 coins for an example. All right? I'm going to show you. I'll show you what he told me that they're doing because he tested this theory out. Okay? So here's a two. Oh, that's a 2009. Huh? Okay, here's a 2009 proof, right? We know it's a proof because we see that, right? So to get the toning, what they're doing is they are. Thank you, huh? You can take that picture back downstairs, babe. This is what they're doing. You know how you see the half moons on coins and how they're on the front and the back most of the time? Well, naturally, what happens is coins lay on each other like this, right? Correct? So coins lay on each other like this. See what I'm doing? I'm going to flip it around. Okay? So naturally, when silver is laying on top of each other, because you have copper and you have silver, right? They lay on each other, or they stack on each other like this, so they'll get toned. So what they're doing is there's different types of compositions that they're using to do this, right? But you could try this with the egg trick. So if you take a fresh egg and you put it in the microwave, you make it really hot, right? And then you stick these coins just like this down in them eggs, you watch what happens and you'll get that half moon. Or however you position it. Now, if you wanted to get the full circle around it, all you'd have to do is stick a quarter on each side and stick it down in there, and you get that brightness around it. And they're making it look so good, and they're watching the timing and how long that they need to do this. It looks so good that if you don't know and you haven't been around toned coins enough, you'll miss it. You'll miss the difference between a film on a coin and it naturally being toned. Because a naturally toned coin has a full spectrum. In other words, you can have many different colors within that coin. The yellows and greens, the blues and the purples and the reds and the oranges. But it's a certain hue that comes across that coin. And you got to know from having years and years and collecting them and knowing. And they'll even trick you. And he said, man, you would not believe the people that have come to me, with different coins, Ikes and Benjamins and Walkers and all kinds of stuff, Mercury dimes, saying that they got all of these special coins and trying to get the best money for them. He says, and then I get to looking at them, He says, and they don't look right. So what he did was he made examples. And I think I might do that sometime. I might make some different examples and show you guys one night. I might just do that myself. The different ways that he told me to do it. I'm going to try it because I'm not very good at that stuff, but I'll take some time and I'll do it. And I'll show you the difference between a natural one and a fake one. And I was just like, oh my god. He says, and I the only thing I can offer him is, you know, whatever its value is, and they get mad at me. He says, and I'm sorry, but I got to tell you the truth. You know, I got to tell you the truth. There's a lot of deception. Look, I think auctions are great on YouTube. I think that it's really helped the um, community of collecting. I really do. I believe that it has its place. And, people are getting pissy about, he charges too much, blah, 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 blah. Look, um, I watch Coin Help You sometimes, Daniel. Good guy, he's really informative. He's on the up and up. And I watch him from time to time, and he's right. I watched him today, and he's right. They really have helped the coin collecting community and a lot of people who do auctions and stuff like that or trading. And he's right. If somebody bids on something, they want to bid it, let them bid. Let them bid. You know, you have some paper money you could put up for sale. Well, Jack, look, if you ever have coins or something that you'd like me to try, okay, we'll get verification from a couple of different people on the channel just to be, I know you trust me. I don't question that. But a couple different people to see the money, right? Only certain people that you trust, right? See the pictures of the money, and only us will see it ahead of time, okay? Just for your safety. And if you want me to do an auction some night for you, I'd be happy to do that for you. I will. But we're going to do it on the up and up too, and show people in the YouTube world, you know, we do it right. Whether we're family and friends or not, we always do it right. And that way, there'll never be any hard feelings or any nasty little play going on. Okay? So, if you ever need my help that way, I'll be happy to help you. Okay? It's just what we do. Or even if you want to send me pictures, I can just put them up in the picture. If they're good pictures, and I'll show them. Or you can put them on your channel, right? And if you need me to come in, hey, we could do StreamYard one night if we want. You know what I mean? You show them, and I'll talk crap about them. I don't care. There's plenty of different ways. If you need to make some extra cash, hey, we'll do what we can for you. I don't mind helping people that I know are solid people, right? That's what we do. We help one another. I'll be damned if I'm going to help somebody that don't help themselves. You know what I'm saying? We don't need that stuff. We really don't. It ruins it for everybody. And I think we've seen that. Right? So if you got some stuff that you want me to put up, hey, I'm all in for you, brother. You know that. You don't have to ask twice. Okay? Good. I'm glad we're good with that. Yeah, it's just sad to see uh, a lot of the um, crap that's going on in the coin collecting world, and modifying coins. Chinese are just screwing everything up. They screwed me too. I got to get a hold of PayPal too. I bought something, they screwed me. See, I didn't open the package yet. I'm gonna get my money. You bet on that. I would have never expected it, but they thought they were slick. I'm just a little smarter than they think I am. Once in a while, they catch you off guard. So I'm really cautious about who I buy coins from now. When I buy them, they're solid. Because when I bring them to you, you don't have to ever question whether they're real or not. Because I'll never bring anything out there that I don't know. It'd have to be a really good fake to get by me. Really. And by my friends that I get them from. It really would. Because the people that I buy from, they're pretty solid people. Sometimes it costs you a little more to have that too. But is $5 or $6 more or $10 more a coin worth it to you? You can betcha. Absolutely. Because you know the old saying, if it seems too good to be true, it probably is. Yep. Because they're getting so good at these fakes. I mean, really good. I mean, like American Silver Eagles, you got to really know what you're looking at. You got to look at that lady really close. You got to look at the size of the numbers, the way the letters are situated on a coin. I mean, there's a lot. You got to really, really know what you're doing. Really. They slip in there on eBay sometimes. And that's when you got to get a hold of, NGC and say, hey, it's best to pay an extra, whatever it is, $5 or $10 to have them look at it or whatever. Oh, yeah. They'll look at it. They'll tell you. So, sometimes it's worth that. It's sad that there's got to be people like that. You know, a lady bought a couple weeks. No, I don't know when it was, but it was a few months back. And this lady goes, "I'd like to buy, a few Morgans." I said, "Well, I don't know how much you're going to spend, but I was showing her some super nice ones, right?" And I was telling her the price, and she's like, "Well, I can get them. I can get them same ones for $25." I said, "Ma'am, I'm just going to be honest with you. If you can get them same grade of coins for $25, you should be worried." "Well, if you go on Facebook," I said, "forget it." I said, "I've been doing this a long time. I know coins." I says, "No." I said, "If you want to, and then you can find out that they're not real." I said, "I have these ones here. They're kind of worn, and, they're different grades." I said, "But they're real Morgans. They're real peace dollars." I says, "If this is what you want, I got a few Benjamins, and a few Walkers." I said, "But these are real coins. And, this is what I can sell them for." "Well, I'll just keep looking." Well, I'm going to tell you what happened. You know what happened, right? You guys already know what happened, right? Now, you can buy stuff. Yeah, you can buy stuff from Jam Bullion. Bullion's kind of high. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you, if you're going to, you got to be careful with them too, because sometimes it slips through the buttons with them. Money metals, sometimes with them. But I got a guy, I got his card right here. I don't know if you guys have been around. This is a good guy. If you guys can see this. Give him a call. Right? He's a coin advisor. His name's Michael Wise. He got in contact with me. He works through PCGS, NGC. I mean, look, the guy's a top-notch guy, so you can go back and get his name and number. Okay, just tell him you talked to Coin Guru Minister Reverend Bob Cornell, and he'll know. And get with him if you want to do something. Tell him what's up. If you want to go on another level, that's on a whole another level. He's a really experienced coin guy. So, kind of like me. So if you want to help me out, you can help me out when I'm doing the auctions, and buy them from me. You might pay a few extra bucks or whatever, but you already know where it's going and that they're real. And him, the same thing. Okay? So, okay? Them guys work in the business all the time. They can work magic. So, there you go. Absolutely. When you're getting into certain coins that cost, and you got to understand, everybody's trying to make a little bit of money. I don't mind people having a little slice of the pie, but not to eat the whole pie, right? Leave a little meat on the bone for the next guy. Don't try to screw the pooch. You know what I mean? Oh, man. I've got to take my medicine. Holy crap. I got something to show you guys. Don't let George know because he's probably sleeping. But I got this in. I did a little trading for this. I'll show you. Because you guys probably ain't never seen one of these. Maybe you have. I don't know. This is an 1807 draped bust half penny. Probably going to be hard for you to see on this camera. These are hard to find. 1807 draped half bust penny. Yeah. It's not the best, but it's pretty sexy. Okay? Yeah. It's not clean and it's not messed with. Oh, yeah. The reason why I, did some bothering to get it, it's because, I know I have guys on this channel, George and some of you guys that like them really rare things, and he look, he goes through all kinds of silver dollars, the 2020s and the 2021s, type 1s, type 2s, and he's out. So I made a little trade because I had a couple, well, how it works. And that's why it's sitting there. Maybe I'll be able to sell it, make some money. Maybe I'll be able to trade, whatever. I just thought it was kind of a cool thing to have. Them super rare things like that. When you get into them early 1800s and 1700 coins, woo, they can get brutal expensive, hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Some of them, absolutely. So, Slid right in there on that deal. The thing that people have to take into consideration when they're coin collecting, no different than guitars or old tools, um, vintage cars, whatever it may be. It's how many of them have been modified or tampered with. Cleaning is one thing. You know, Look, some people like their coins clean. Some people don't like their coins clean. But no matter what, just as long as it ain't, um, somebody etching on it or something like that, it's still collectible. When you're getting into modifying it or something like that, then the collectability is kind of sucky. But when you get an old coin like that, and it's not messed with, it's not cleaned, it's not messed around. It may be old, and maybe worn, and maybe not the highest grade, but it's a really solid coin. It's still worth, 120 to $150 or whatever. Because how many of them are left? How many were minted? You know, those are the things you got to take into consideration, and they're only going to go up in price. I'm really on that. I I I, I don't specialize in all kinds of coins, you know, and I like to learn. I'm always learning. I'm always learning about something new, or and that's the great thing about coin collecting. It's like, what? Somebody bought 1979 quarter for $1,500 because it had a little spot above his ear or something. You're like, I never thought of that. You know what I mean? And then you're like looking through coins. You know? Oh yeah. I've been taunting with NGC for a while now. Just to let you know, I have two Morgan silver dollars. I got like 3 or 4 VAMs on them that are not listed yet, and they sit right in that top drawer right there. I'm just so afraid to get something happen to them. I'd probably cry because I know they're probably worth a few bucks. They won't sell them anyway, so it don't really matter what they're worth. But and that's just a rarity that you have two of the same ones. Not to change subject, but you are changing the subject. But do you know anyone who can refine gold and silver to make bars? Yes, I can do that. If you buy the ingot molds, I can smelt it for you. If you got a bunch of gold and you just want me to melt it down and put it in bars for you, I can do that. Unless you're trying to take out all the impurities. I can take out some of the impurities. I can't get it 9999 fine or anything like that, but I can get most of the impurities out for you. And the problem with that is you lose a lot of weight, depending on whether you use a 9 carat or 10 carat or 14 carat or 22 carat, or you're doing a mixture, you know, because even then they're gonna X-ray it, and you're gonna lose more and more. You know what I mean? The finer that you refine it. But if you're just trying to get it barred up, you know, I have a smelting pot, right? I have a crucible, but when you're doing gold, mine has silver in that one, so you'd have to actually buy a crucible. I'll put it in there, you know. I'll send you the crucible when I'm done with it. Because what happens is after the smelting process and when you pour it into bars, depending on how many times you want to refine it, the more you refine it, you know, uh, and I can do it, I can do it live for you if you want. video it for you. But yeah, but you'd have to buy the pot for it because my crucibles for silver not gold. Yeah, I could take out so much of the impurities for you, Biggie. It's a process, you know. I mean, there's many different ways that you can do it. You know, you can do it by chemical, so you can use alchemy to do it, or you can refine it, you know, in a smelting pot by going and keep on doing it. You know, um, by adding borax to it, and what the borax does is it keeps taking the impurities out. Every time you do it, it takes more impurities out. You know, so what you do is you smelt it to a melting point, putting borax in it. And what it does is it lifts a lot of the impurities. You let it cool down. You break all of that off, right? All them impurities. And then you put it back in there and you do it again. And you just keep doing that until it takes most of the impurities out. It's a longer process, but you can do that. But to get it really super fine, there's different ways of doing it that people do it. And it generally costs you a little bit of bucks. And your yield is what sucks about it. You know what I mean? Because, say for instance, well, here's a for instance how this works. Say you say to me, "Hey Bob, you know, whatever. I'll pay you $50, or I'll buy you a crucible, or whatever you need. I want you to at least take all of this stuff. I'm going to send it all to you. I want you to smelt it all down into a bar for me, and then I'm going to send it off to somebody to have them refine it, because that's the best way to do it." Okay. Not because I can do it, but it is a good way to do it. And I'm going to tell you why. Because what they'll do, the first thing that they'll do is they have one bar that they have to work with, right? And they take an X-ray machine and they X-ray it, and they'll run it across the X-ray machine, and they'll tell you what the overall purity of that bar is. Okay, and then what they'll do is they'll refine the bar to whatever you want it, whether you want it 14 karat or 18 or 22 or 0.999. No matter who does it. But your best to at least get the first process out of the way, right? Using the borax to get most of the impurities out, right? Most of the junk out. You get a little loaf, and then you send that loaf off and have it x-rayed, and then they'll tell you how much of a yield you'll get out of that. That way, it takes, you know, a certain percentage of the junk out ahead of time for you, so you know what you're working with. You know what I mean? And at that point, you can decide whether you want to go ahead and keep that bar, or you want to send it off and have it actually purified. So if you ever want me to do it, just let me know. The only thing I need you to do is buy me you know, a graphite crucible that fit down in my smelter, and then a loaf bar, however big you decide to do that, but do that in private, okay? I don't want any of that over the air. Send me an email. Show me what you're going to do. It's all going to do private between me and you, and I'll do that for you, okay? And that way you know it's done safe. And at that point, you know, maybe you don't need it right now. Maybe you want to do it later on down, but at least you'll have the conglomeration of all of the things that you're trying to, you know what I'm saying, melt into one big thing. You'll have it at least at one solid point, and then later on, as you need it, you could send it off, and they'll x-ray it, and they'll tell you what your overall yield's going to be. I've already done that for a few people, by the way. One person actually You know, I don't know if you remember this or not, but you remember the the night on the horse that I made? I don't know if you remember the night on the horse I made. It's like 4 ounces. I'll show you. I believe it's right here, if I'm not mistaken. I think it might be in here. Yep, here it is. So, so this is the mold that I made. Okay, I don't know if you remember this. Spray can has one, and can has one. Okay, but this I made. This is over 4 ounces, and so um, somebody said, "Hey, can you make me blah blah blah?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, I'll give you such a amount of money." I said, "Well, that's cool. You know, what do you want to do?" "Oh, can you throw some silver in with it?" I was like, "What? In with the gold?" He goes, "Yeah." I said, "Well, yeah, silver goes with gold." I said, "It'll just make it whiter. That's all. You know, give you a bigger yield." Cool. So I made one that size for him, and it was still yellow. I don't know why he wanted it like that, but he did, so I did it for him. Took a bunch of rings and necklaces, and some earrings, and melted it all down. They were all broke anyway, most of them. Put some silver in there, made him one. He was happy. No way he wanted it done that way, but exactly what he wanted. And you know, different people want different things. Yeah, you should always have a little scrap, right? Absolutely. I got some shot, some sterling, not sterling, but I got some .999 shot, you know, buckshot, in case we get invaded by um, zombies or vampires. Yeah, I got something for them. Yeah. I thought, you know, it'd be cool. I better not talk about that on the channel. Somebody might get mad. Instead of rock salt, put some glass salt in there. You know, you used to be able to get spoons, right? 925 spoons, 925 chains, and stuff like that, real cheap. Geez, everything's so expensive these days. I mean, you can't, unless you go to a yard sale and you get lucky, somebody don't know what something is. Bolts, nuts and bolts today. You know, like you use for cars or fixing stuff, nuts and bolts. Big bucks. Big, big money. Grade 8, grade 10, grade 10.5, big money. Big dollars. Sometime I'll show you some that you guys have never seen. I got some. Yeah. I got about 800 or 900 pounds worth, all separated, all in its own drawers and stuff. Oh yeah. Even that stuff's worth money. You know? I mean, if you go to just, I think it's number 2 metal, right? Ain't even clean. Cost you 50 cents a pound now. Scrapyard. Yeah. So there's good money in that too. Good money in scrapping. Oh yeah. Copper's up. You know, good money in copper. You know, I had a few people. I don't know if you guys are even interested in the subject or not, but talking about stimulus and the debt ceiling and all that crap, right? And I sit and I watch it once in a while. And this is my take on it. They need to grow up. That's cool. 40 pounds of raw up. That's cool. But our government people need to grow up and stop acting like assholes. Pardon my English, but they're acting really childish. They play all these stupid little games. Don't people grow up ever? They must love it. They love that fun, if that's fun, I don't know. But I find it stupid, Here's the Republicans, they won't get on board with the Democrats. But the Democrats were nice enough to get on board when the Republicans needed to raise their debt ceiling. But now they want to be assholes. I just don't. That's stupid. Really. That has nothing to do with the political agenda or anything. Look, has to do with you. I don't even think they need to have that anymore. They should just eliminate that. And then every 10 years, you know, maybe go back and look at it. Every 10 years they have to review it. But I don't think there's no need for that. Really. There's no need. But they want to use it as some kind of political game. But then again, they don't want it to happen. Well, if you don't want it to happen, stop being an asshat. You know what I mean? They act like a bunch of children that they don't get their own way. They got to cry. It's sad. It really is. There's people in need. It's just like the infrastructure bill. You can be putting people to work or, making some money and stuff. Instead of worrying about whether they're going to pass a stimulus bill, which they're going to end up passing anyway, get them people out there to doing something. There's something more to all of this. And I haven't heard nothing about a stimulus check, and they better get a stimulus check going. Because the American people are not going to just buy it without a stimulus check. American people want one. And let's face it, Trump gave 3, right? Well, 2, but another one he was a part of. So Democrats got to do it, and they got to come bigger because there's a lot riding on it for them. A lot. If they don't give a $2,000 stimulus check, at least a $1,400, they won't be reelected. I can tell you that right now. And the Republicans, if they don't help, they're not doing so good themselves. And that wouldn't be surprised if a new party didn't jump up out of somewhere. It would not surprise me in the least. Yeah, need more manufacturing. Bring more stuff back to the U.S. You know, good working jobs. There's plenty of buildings in Detroit, right? There's plenty of buildings in Chicago that they could use. They could fix them back up and get the industrial moving again. We can do it. We don't need to depend on people. There is ships sitting out waiting to get in. China's closing ports because there's nobody to grab the stuff off the docks. Well, I can tell you right now, put me in charge of that, and I'll show you exactly how to get that stuff done. I can make a few phone calls, and it would be nothing. I can get people moving. You got the money? I'll show you how to move product quick. but let me do it my way. And I'm sure there's a lot of other guys just like me that are saying, let me run it. I'll show you exactly how to get that stuff off them boats real quick. Boom. I'll find places to store it. Boom, 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 boom. I'll have that stuff moving. It's a big game. It's a big game that when people get sick and tired of it, then people are going to start dying. Somebody's going to get sick and tired of it, and they're going to have a lot of power and a lot of authority, and heads are going to roll. I foresee this happening. It will come to a head. You want to look. There's only so many times that you're going to poke that pig in the ass with that hot poker, and eventually it's going to turn around and bite you. I'm telling you. You guys know I'm telling you the truth. So, they need workers. You know what it is? They see free money and not giving them enough incentive. They've given them a billion excuses not to work too. And you know that, Biggie. They give them a billion excuses not to work. And now they're wondering why they ain't working. Well, reverse psychology. They're playing you. And now the American people are playing you. And the American people want a stimulus. They want more cash. They want you to do more for them. You know why? Because the middle and lower class have been suffering long enough. People say, oh, well, tax the rich. Look, that ain't going to change nothing. It is not going to change a damn thing by taxing the rich. You can do it, and you can think that you're going to pay for it. But you know who ends up paying? The middle class and the lower class again. Because they raise the prices on everything. Labor, productivity. I'm telling you. I don't know what kind of game they think they're playing to think that we're not smart enough to know that. I mean, that's just the way it is. You know? And I don't, I just think everybody needs to pay their fair share, whatever. Unless you've earned your way, and you don't need to pay, then that's something different. But otherwise, you need to pay your fair share. You know what gets me about Republicans? And I'm not a Republican and I'm not a Democrat. I'm a very independent person when I vote. They use the Jesus card a lot, and a lot of them are very rich people. Right? Very rich. They want small government so they don't have to pay much. So they don't have to help much. They don't tell you they want small government for any other reason. They say, oh, we just don't want to get in your business. No, they don't want you getting into their business either. Oh, yeah. That's what it is. And Democrats, on the other hand, well, they're no saving grace either. Because they want to say, oh, no to fossil fuels. Well, actually, it's by trees dying and things dying going into the earth, and that makes the oil, not dinosaurs. Okay? That's bullshit. Okay? So, they want to go back to, they want to use solar. Well, the problem with that is you still have to have metals, right? You still have to have certain things to be able to make them solar panels and to make those batteries and to make those windmills. And it still takes fossil fuels to do that. All it is their investments in their agenda. Do I think that we really need to be a little more cautious about our earth? Yeah. Do we need to plant more trees and do more things and to live a healthier life? Yeah. But here's the problem. Convincing them Chinese people, North Korean people, and all of those other countries that are around the world that don't give a rat's ass. You got to convince them too. And that is the problem. You can map out and have a big idea for America. Yeah, we're doing our part, but they're just smogging up twice as much. Everybody needs to get on board. That's the problem. Yeah, look, here it is, a flat tax, right? Propose a flat tax. Plain and simple. That's it. Flat tax. That's what you pay. Bam. And then make it so that every so many years, whether it be 5 years or so, every 5 years that you're in business, you'll be able to make this kind of deductible. And that money there that you save will help you in upgrading every 5 years your business portfolio and structure and things that you need to advance in technology. That's what I say. It's a simple thing. Greedy ass people won't like the idea, but people with common sense will. Really. There was a guy, I can't remember the name of the business, but I think it was an investment firm or something like that. The CEO of the company made it so that everybody in the company makes the same amount of money, even him. And people thought he was crazy. But you know what? He doesn't have people quitting on him all the time. He has great people. He has people who love him and respect him. What more could a guy ask for in his business? And they thought he was going to lose his pants. I think he's like tripled or quadrupled his business. So sometimes, people need to really think about what they're doing. Because there's an upcoming generation that's going to be a lot different than these old uh, dinosaurs that, still hung on to their money. I look at some of these politicians, right? And, they got $80 million. And you know where they got it? Being politicians. They made it off of the people, the American people. And they don't care. And most of them are Republicans. There's some Democrats that are that way too. No one's perfect. No one's got a clean slate. No one is without sin. It's crazy. People power tripping. No one is above and beyond the law, and no one is above and beyond getting lynched. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not talking about hanging from a noose, but it's a hypothetical thing. In other words, somebody hanging you out to dry, somebody after you. So, um, thank you for the question, Logan. Look, David's been around a long time. He done some good things and some really crappy things in the mint. Okay, everybody knows that, but you know, I think that some of the things that he did was pretty shady, right? And some of the things he did was really good. So there's mixed feelings there. Do I think that the new director, the lady that's taken his place, will do a good job? She's got a. I'll tell you what. She has, yeah, Allison Dune. She's got quite the portfolio, quite the resume. She's been around. Oh yes, So, sometimes it's like they say, change can be good. It can be. But I hope that she learns from the mistakes that were made, prior to her taking office. I hope that she realizes what she's coming into. I hope she realizes that, there's over 5 million collectors in the world, and they demand excellence. They demand timing, and they don't want no excuses. They need to equal things out. They need to make it a little more reasonable and a little more available. They need to fix their website. You know, there's a lot of things that need to change. I was very pleased with the quality of the coins that I got. I really was. The reverse proofs. I am very impressed and pleased with it. But I'm talking overall. This backdoor shady, you know, letting dealers having, X amount of stuff and blah, blah, blah. Look, I think they need to make it a little more reasonable for the common person to be able to get some stuff for their collection. And let common people be able to pick up a few extra things, right? To make a few extra bucks. Everybody's, could use a few extra dollars. You know what I mean? Let them dealers pay, another guy who's sitting at home trying to make some money, to put some food on the table for his kids. Dealer says, okay, well, I'll pay you an extra $20 for that or whatever, or $10 for that or 100. You know what I'm saying? Be a little more reasonable with things. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, fix that damn website. Look, I didn't have no trouble this time. I'll tell you what, I did have some trouble a couple times. And I was mad. And I'll tell you one of them that I was a little upset about. And if Texas Joe was here, he'd tell you I was mad. I was trying to get the Carson City, mint mark, Morgan Silver Dollar. Right? I think everybody knows that I was there, right? 2 hours at a time. I didn't get them. He did. He got a couple. I didn't get them. And then he told me, on live stream, hey, don't worry about it. I got you one. I'll be sending it to you when I get it. And I take the man on his word. Say he's going to give me one, he's going to give me one. And that's great because he already knows, and he should know, because he gave me a 1921 high relief peace dollar for my collection because I didn't have one. And so he'd give me the Carson City, and I'll have one of every one of the Carson Cities. And he knows I collect them. And if he don't, he don't. That's his honor, I mean, it's what he says, Can't make people do things, even though they say they're gonna. I don't sit around holding my breath for anything. But he's generally a man of his word as far as I'm concerned. So I'll end up having him. And he knows what I'll do. I'll stick it right in the case with the rest of them, But I was mad that day. That day, I was pissed. And when you make me mad like that, I usually say something. And I did. I let him know. And sorry for the inconvenience of our services, our platform. I don't want to hear that. You're the U.S. Mint. You're supposed to have the best technology, the best services, the best safety. And we're talking currency. Currency, money, gold, silver, real stuff. So they do need to pull their head out of their rectum and get that, addressed. Do I know that they're under a lot of stress? Absolutely. Do I know that they're trying? Absolutely. You know what I mean? And I'm not talking about all of the guys that are actually sitting there, and they're running the machines and changing the dies and working the dies and sorting the clones. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the people at the top. They're the ones that need to sort the stuff out and get it under control. So what I think they need to do, my personal opinion, is before they go into next year, finish what you're doing out this year. Before you go into next year, maybe you need to take a month before you start selling anything. You revamp your website. Shut the website down for a month, right? Just the website. Now you could call in or whatever and order certain things if whatever's available, right? The website needs to be fixed. It really does. Either that or make it so that people can get on a waiting list, right? For a specific coin. If it's a low vintage coin, right? That's one thing. But if it's any coin, and they were having troubles with just coins that anybody could get, they were having troubles with them. Just if it's not a specialized coin, anybody should be able to get it. Plain and simple. At least one. And if it's something special like the Morgan Silver dollars or the Peace dollar or the reverse proof or proofs or anything like that, you need to get on board and make it so that you don't make your people who are making your paycheck come in every month unhappy. And we're not just talking about Americans here. We're talking people around the globe. That's how I feel. That's my take on it. I don't know how anybody else feels, but well, here's my thing. I do the Silver Eagles, and mine's all automatic. I put in for them, and I get like 2 or 3 Silver Eagles, and I'm good. Unless I have other people that I'm trying to get something for. Otherwise, you know, unless it's something really special, like this one set, that's really special because we already know it's a key date. Key dates and collecting, no, I get it. If it's low and you know, but I think that everybody needs to get a shot at it, not get some freaking message, stupid message, and then the next message is a stupid message. You know what I mean? And let people be bought, and you know, you got these crypto guys, man. I'm telling you, there's some smart cats out there, and they can bypass anything. You know, they can bot their way into anything. So that's my take on it. And you know what? What are we gonna do? You know, except you know, express our feelings, and hopefully something will change. We got big guys like NGC, PCGS, ANAC, Coin World, you know, Vam World. There's a lot of people that really agree with us. And I think, even when there's big people, because look, people say, oh, well, PCGS, NGC, and ANAC, they make a lot of money off of those programs, right? When dealers can buy those in bulk and then send them to NGC, PCGS, and ANAC. Well, here's the difference. A regular consumer, when we make a submission to any one of those companies, right, for graded coins, right, we don't get the same discount as those big dealers. So, profit margin wise, they're going to make more from the regular consumer, you and I, when we do a submission, unless it's something special. They're running a special. They're going to make more from us than they are the big dealers. So how is it benefiting them? If they put more of those coins in the hands of regular consumers and they want to make submissions for grading, they're going to make more money. The profit margin goes up. So why in the hell would they want that? You know, if you think about it, there's different ways of looking at it. You know, I don't know if you guys agree with that or not, but that's just my take on it. And I'm just a little old guy. I don't know very much about coin collecting. Maybe. You know. What do you guys think? Think I'm right? I think I know a little bit about a whole lot. I just hope Allison does a good job. I hope she's paying attention. And based upon her record, I think she knows what she needs to do. Is she going to get eaten up a few times? You can bet your ass she's going to get eaten up a few times. You know she's going to get eaten up a few times, right? She's prepared. She's got the armor on, but she's already had that happen to her. If you look at the jobs that she's held, the directive positions that she's already held, she knows. She's got thick skin. I think she'll be fine. The great thing is she sat in the back room like this, watching, right? Going, I got my work cut out for me, boy. Lord have mercy. But I think because certain things went down between you and I think because certain things went down at the U.S. Mint and some very important people didn't get very important coins, or the children didn't get them, or business partners didn't get them, they said enough is enough. You got to go. See you, Ryder. That's what I think. Now, will we have another truth? I don't know. There's doors that are closed that you'll never peek in. I know. I used to work for government, so I know. There's doors that you'll never peek in and you'll never know. And the people that have that information, they'll never give it to you. And you'll never even know if they have it. It could be common people like me. And we have information, you'll never even know we have it. We're so well trained, you'll never know it. And you'll never get it out of us. There ain't no torture in the world. Just being honest. I think that they got their margins wrong. You know what I'm saying? Really. There's a lot of marginal discrepancies that go on there at the U.S. Mint. And there's a lot of holdings that people don't know about. I truly believe it. Like, I could say, all right, there was X amount of 2019 reverse proof coins put out, right? Real rare, real sought after, very expensive coins, right? I could say that there was X amount of V75 proof American Silver Eagles made, right? We know this, but we really don't know the actual number that were made, because there may be some made that you don't know. It goes $3, $4, $5, $6, $700 more than what you think, or more. We don't know. We assume that they're telling us the truth. We assume that the numbers are correct. But hey, doesn't mean so. I want you to think back to many, many moons ago when they found all those Morgan silver dollars and peace dollars that were sitting in bags. And, you know, the NSA, you know, when they got all them coins out and they brought them to the public. Oh, we didn't even know we had them. Bullshit. Don't tell me you didn't know you had all those bags. You mean you just walk by them and miss them? How do you do that? What's everybody out to work? You come in, punch in, and then go back home and go fishing or something? I mean, I'm trying to figure it out. How do you miss all that? Oh, well, they were really bad. Come on. Tons and tons and tons of coins. I don't buy it. So that's why I don't buy that. Those numbers are absolutely those numbers. I'm just saying. Right? What is next to be released from the Mint? I don't know. I haven't looked. I'm not sure. I think the next big thing is a coin set, uncirculated coin set. I think that's the next thing that's supposed to be released, if I'm not mistaken. Let me tell you guys a coin that you should have got. And that is a 2021 uncirculated West Point silver dollar. Most people don't understand. They say, oh, well, you can just get one of those out of a roll. No, you can't. Because they're burnished. And they are different. And sometimes collectors overlook those. And there's only so many of those made, too. So if you can get in on one of them once in a while, do that. They're a good little thing that, can bring you a little extra money and can go up in value, too. And they're a part of the collection. Yeah. Okay, 2021 uncirculated set for tomorrow. Oh, that ought to be a really good roll. Good luck with that one. The Vipers will be out. You'll be in the Viper pit tomorrow trying to get them. I don't really care about that set. $235 for a proof set. Here's the thing. Now, if you kept that set, really the only thing in that box that's worth anything is the box, right? Let's face it. You guys know and I know, right? Just the box. Just like that, those sets. That set is more valuable in a really good condition, right? Just the way it is. When you take it out of that and you have it graded through PCG, SNGC, ANAC, whoever, right? ICG, you change its collectability. It's still collectible. Yeah, they're proving what the coin is, but it's not in its original box. Now, reverse proofs only come a certain way, and that's a little better understood. But when it comes to proof coins, that's different. How can you say that they came from that set? They should have a special identifying mark on those specific coins to prove that they came from that specific set. You guys getting what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying, right? So they got to be a little more precise when they're coming out with specific types of sets, right? They need to have an identifying marker on those specific coins that were released in those specific sets. That's what will make them more valuable. So that's just my take, guys. You know, I don't know what you think, but I think that that's the best way to do it because that way it can't be manipulated, right? Because anybody could say, oh, this is this and this is that, but if there's no way to track it, then how do you know? Yeah, you know that there's some varieties on them too. I don't know if you know that or not, but there's varieties on the Washington crossing the Delaware. Yeah, I'm not racing to get them, but I just wanted to let you guys know that. Yep. Well, here's the thing. There's many different avenues and approaches that you can take to coin collecting, right? I mean, I think that what they could do is come back with busts, right? Uh, braided, you know. They can come back with all the old stuff, right, as reissues. Really, I think that'd be great. Come back with some of that old stuff, just like the Morgan Silver dollars. I say do a 10-year run of Morgan Silver dollars. Really, I say do a 10-year run of them. Same way you're doing it, 10-year run. Make some that everybody can get, right, and other ones that people who are collecting them, you know, if you give one like a Philadelphia, right? If you run, say next year they ran a Philadelphia uh, Morgan Silver dollar for 2022, right? With the same amount as they do American Silver Eagles, okay? Same amount that they do for uncirculated American Silver Eagles. And then you come out with the specialized ones where there's only so many, like the Denvers and the San Francisco and the Carson City Mint Mark and the New Orleans Mint Mark. What are you doing? You're drawing more people in to try to collect them. And what does that do? That increases the value. So it isn't that you don't have a Morgan Silver dollar from 2022. You just have to go tighter to get some of the other ones. And it's a little challenge, and that's what makes it fun, right? A little aggravating, but fun. And that will draw more people in. And then initially, the people who are actually trying and working it, right? Um, you know, there's some profit to be made there. There's some fun to be made there. There's some education to be made there. Really, that's a way to do it. I'm not saying that it's a correct way, but I think it would be nice that if you're going to run a series of Morgan Silver dollars or Peace dollars or Walkers, reissue, the Walkers or Franklins or whatever it is, right? Reissue of. At least make one every year that anybody can get one. Anybody. And as many as, you can as far as the American Silver dollars, the American Silver Eagle. And the rest of them, well, you can make them a little harder to get. Because that's how it was back in the old days. So it wouldn't hurt to do that. You know, 1895 S Morgan Silver dollar is an expensive coin in the MS state, isn't it? 1893, 1894. Yes. I mean, yeah, certain coins, right? 1888. Scarface, big dollar coin. You know, they're fun to search out. And I think that periodically, hey, a die might bust, but you run a few extras in there. Why? Because why not? Because they look for that stuff, right? There's collectors that look for that stuff. Nothing wrong with that. Because if you're making everything too perfect, there's nothing to find no more. So sometimes you just gotta let things roll out, right? God, I don't know how that wire got stuck in that press for like 2,500 coins. Yeah, I don't have very many pandas. I have a couple. I think they're a beautiful coin. Really, I do. I think they're absolutely beautiful coin. But the problem with pandas, and I mean, if you're a coin collector, you know this already. You know, um, some people from China that wasn't so honest, they started duplicating them, and there's been a lot of forgeries there too. You know, hurting that market. So, there's always going to be pitfalls to that stuff. I mean, there's security devices on the new American Silver Eagles. How that's done and what the measurement of that is and everything, not sure. I haven't sat down to figure it out, but I will one day. Absolutely. You know, sometimes it's fun to just go through and like collect half dollars, you know, half-dollar collections. Finding and I'm not just saying silver ones, finding, varieties in half dollars, and getting a collection of that. Really. I can do it for a lot of people. I've been dabbing at it. I'm getting some stuff ready. Right underneath my feet. Literally. Absolutely. I like to have fun. You don't always have to spend, hundreds and thousands of dollars to do it. The Morgan Silver dollars this year were a blessing for me, except for that Carson City. That Carson City is a pain in the ass, but it is what it is. But what are you going to do? But they're going to hold their money. They're going to hold their value. Them Morgans will hold the value, guaranteed. I don't care if it's a mint state 69 or 70, because it's the first time that any of us have got to see them in those high grades and own them. People say, well, maybe they'll devalue the other ones. No, it won't. It has nothing to do with them other ones. The only thing it does for us coin collectors is lets us see what they would really have looked like in a mint state. Now, I have a coin that I'm going to be auctioning off pretty soon. It took me some finagling to get that bad boy, too. But I believe it's a mint state 62 or mint state 63. I think it's 1883, 1884. Proof like. Beautiful. Now, them are harder to come by. Some of them in certain dates are even harder than Carson Cities are. But I got one because, I've never had one to sell. And, I mean, I could easily put it in my collection, but I thought it would be nice and challenging not to be so damn greedy and bring it to the channel. And during my auction that I'll have, for trying to raise money, um, to bring one to the channel and let people just growl at it for a while, right? And try to get it. Spend some money. I make a little extra money towards my charities, and people have fun, right? Because they see it and they know it's real if I have it. So it's going to be fun. I got a few coins like that, as a matter of fact. I work hard. People don't even know that. I work hard bartering and trading, and sometimes it's really, really, I put hours and hours and hours and hours and hours into do it. And this time I slowed down so that way I have X amount of coins to do my auctions in the next several months, and that's it. Period. I worked really hard to do this, so it's going to be fun. Yes, the five Morgan types: CC, New Orleans, Philadelphia, Denver, and San Francisco. Yeah. But there's only one peace dollar. And there was only 200,000 of them made, and there's only one mint mark. So it makes them even more rare. They'll sell for $500, $600, $700 a piece. I just know it. Oh, absolutely. There's a lot of people who collect the peace dollars. It'll hold its value. I think they'll hold the value above 350 probably. Easy. I think maybe even more, depending on what goes on with the market. But look, there's only 200,000 of them made. Period. 200,000 in the world, and a lot more collectors than there were, back in the day. I mean, I don't know. Hold on a second. I'll find out. I got to find something out before and they're going to be high relief. Ding. How many 1921 high relief peace dollars were made?
According to the Spruce Crowds, between the Philadelphia, Denver, and San Francisco Mint, a total of over 68 million Morgan silver dollars were struck in 1921, while only slightly more than 1 million piece silver dollars were made.
1 million. So there were 1 million peace dollars made in 1921, right? A certain amount of them were high relief. So 1 million, right? 1921. Think about this. There was only 200,000 high relief made this year. Yeah, they're supposed to be high relief, I believe. Well, you got to understand the way that the mint mints them. You know, they probably are going to be high relief. I mean, don't quote me on that, but I think they're supposed to be high relief. I'd have to double check that. I'm not a. I have peace dollars, but I'm not the connoisseur of peace dollars. You know, I am a Morgan man. I love them. I probably forgot more than I remember about them. Just remember, there's only 200,000 on an anniversary, and in 2021, go ahead and try to find one. I mean, 1921. Go ahead, go look for one. Go for it. See how expensive they are. And there was 1 million of them made. So I'm telling you, they're going to hold their value. Absolutely, I believe it. I believe people are going to be very surprised. And I'm just so lucky that I have 4 of them coming. Yup, that's right. 4. One of them for my collection, and 3 of them will be sold. And they'll help pay my credit cards. That's right. Ain't no Mr. Nice Guy with them bad boys. You're going to help pay for my credit card. I'm being honest. Hey, I deserve to, have my credit cards paid off just like everybody else. Absolutely. I'm not being mean. Business is business when it comes to them babies. I'm happy. Keep one from my collection. Sell the other ones. Don't hurt my feelings any. I work hard to get them. I was paying attention. You know, I know guys that got as many as they could of all of them. They were just very fortunate. They had family members calling, and this one calling, and that one calling. You know, I did it myself. I worked. I put in the time. I don't owe anybody anything. And the people that I do, well, I usually take care of them. Plain and simple. That's how I am. You take care of me, I generally take care of them. And that's how it works in the business of coins. You know, there's certain levels, right? There's a level where, you know, you do the best you can to help people out to start collecting and moving along. And then there's another level where you're helping each other to, find and trade and do those types of things. And that takes years. And then there's another level where you got to take care of yourself and your family and, pay your bills, you know. Now, if I'm going to sell one of them coins for six, seven, eight, $900 because of you know, its condition, and I know that it'll bring it, and I've already done my homework. Now, if there's somebody that I know that's my friend that wants to pay me the same amount of money before I go and list it, whatever I would make. So if I listed it on eBay and they took out their percentage and it ended up being, $735. Now, if a friend says, hey, I'll give you the $735, save yourself from, posting it, I'll just pay you that. Then they would get it before I would list it on eBay or, Sacks and Bowers or whatever, Stacks and Bowers, Bowers and Stacks. Oh, or wherever I decide to go. I have no problem with that. Am I making money off of somebody that I know that's my friend or family? Absolutely. But they shouldn't expect me to lose money off of something that I've already planned to make money to help my family. That's not fair. Because I'm going to tell you what happened to me one time. And this is why I don't do it no more. When it comes to that type of level of making money, I worry about myself and my family first, which anybody should. And I don't hold it against them. If they're not going crazy above market value and they offer it to me first as a friend, and they're not going crazy trying to make over what it's bringing, then I understand that. And I'm good with that. Okay. Just as long as they're not trying to get greedy. You know what I mean? And if they knock like $50 off or something, what they would be selling for somewhere else, hey, that's generous. And I'm good with that. I understand why they're buying them and why they're doing it. because I've been doing it for a while myself. But one time I had a coin, right? Hey, what's up, Bait the Hook? Nice to see you too. What's that? Well, if you don't mind, you can. Just, I'm coming into auction season. You guys know that. So if you want to help me out, I appreciate whatever you do for me. But anyway, when I get to this level, what happened to me one time is I had four coins that were graded, and they were worth a lot of money. All right. When I bought them, they wasn't worth that much money. Okay. But they increased themselves by 10 times the value over having them for a period of time. So I would call him at the time a friend in business, right? If you guys can understand that. And he said he needed them for his collection. And he haunted me over them. Please. Because I had already had a set for myself. But I had this other set. And he knew it. And it was just like, a savings for me that I had them. And if I ever needed to really have the money, that I could sell them and make some money, if I was in desperate need of some money. So finally, I said, okay, if you need them for your collection, to make your collection, and you're not going to sell them, and you're going to keep them for your collection, then no problem. I'll sell them to you. Great. I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. This will complete my collection. Okay. Now, I made probably, I don't know, probably about $300 on the coins. I didn't make, you know, a whole lot of money on it because that's what the base of them would be worth, right? He made $10,000 on these coins, and I didn't even know. I didn't even know. I didn't know that there was a variety on it. I didn't know because I hadn't been paying attention because I was doing other things, and it pissed me off. And he sold them, and I was so mad. I wanted to go down there and beat his ass. Not because he made the money, but because he lied to me. He lied to me. He disrespected me. He dishonored our friendship. And that was the last time I talked to him. So that's why I don't do that no more. I'll always make it fair so that I make whatever money I need to make, you know, and I always give my friends, you know, the chance to get it before I sell it to somebody else or I sell it to make what I want. Always I'll do that. But I'm not going to screw myself no more. It's just not, it's not right. I learned my lesson. And I would hope from me telling you guys this that you learn your lesson too before it has to happen to you. You know, there is a fairness. And you can be fair and you can cut a guy a deal, but the guy shouldn't be trying to screw you either. And fair is fair. You know, if the going rate is, you know, 750, and the guy says, "Okay, I'll give it to you for 700." He's cutting you a deal. There's still a little meat in the bone, but you got to expect that if at that level, you know, look, if you know the guy's got a family and you know he's in a tight spot and you know that he doesn't work a regular job and you know he does good things for people, then you should respect that. Because without it, you have no honor and you have no respect, and you're a very disrespectful person, and you shouldn't even be dealing with people. Period. Now, there's other levels where if you're bartering and you're trading, and somebody says, "Hey, I'll give you X amount of money for that, and in return, I got this coming, right? And I'll give you this at this price." And there's a balance in there. That's a different story. See, tit for tat. So, that works out too. But always remember, you need to take care of you and your family first. And there are times in coin collecting that you have to be a little frugal and you have to hold your ground and not be in a rush. And remember, you know, some coins you'll never see again in your life, except on a picture at a real high price. So, look, you're talking to the guy who had, well, except for a few Morgans that were mint state. They might have been low mint state, but I had them. They're gone. So, I learned my lesson too, guys. Yeah. And now I'm not, full blown like I used to be. I love to have fun. I love to do it. I love to show people them. I have a lot of people who help me to get these collections that I have, and it's amazing and it's wonderful. And I do it differently today. But when I buy extra coins that are special coins, my intention is, um, to try to help me to pay off my collections and to help my family first. And then when I do things for my auctions, that's what that stuff's for. That stuff is for that auction, for people. And where it goes is where it goes. It's like Mike Panucci. He got a beautiful V75 American Silver Eagle. I seen it. Beautiful coin. And he got pop. He got a beautiful coin. And I'm proud of him for getting it. And I'm glad that he did. I'm not jealous of him getting it. I'm happy for him. I'm happy for people who can get ahead. I'm happy for people who can make a little bit of money. Even when I wasn't there or I didn't get it, I'm still happy for them. It's nice to know that in our community, when people can get ahead a little bit, you know, and find a little bit of treasure for themselves and have a little moment of happiness, it's a great and wonderful thing. It really is. And I'm not jealous over it. There was a time in my life that I used to be like that. I used to be jealous over everybody, but it's not worth it. It's more fun to share in the moment with them, and say, "Wow, I can't believe it. That's great." Yeah. I'm not jealous of you, Mike Panucci, with that V75 Proof 70 beautiful coin you got sitting in that nice holder. I'm not jealous of you. But I know something you ain't got, Mike. I know something that you ain't got. Mike, you know what I'd do with it? It would go right in the case. That's all I would do. It's better to stay with you. You can give it to your grandkids one day. You know? If something ever happened to you, God forbid, and your grandkids ever came to me and said, hey, you know anything about this coin? I'll say, yeah, your grandfather was really proud of that coin. I had to listen to him talk about it for about a week. I'll say, so, now that he's gone, I do want the damn coin. That's funny. It really is. I am happy for people when they find cool treasures, something super rare, something super special. It is a good feeling, especially when they're my friends. Somebody came into a really good lot of coins. I'm not going to say who, what the person's name is, what they paid for, or anything like that. But somebody recently came into a lot of coins. And I'm very proud of that person too. They did come to me and they asked my professional opinion, and I gave them my professional opinion as their friend. And they did very well for themselves. And I hope that they're smart enough to listen to all the advice that I gave them so that they continue to profit from it if they need to, but stand fast on a lot of them also. And it would be nice if they sent me one that I'm missing out of my collection. Of course, I told them that too. So, and I mean, Morgans are my thing. So I don't care. I get greedy over a Morgan. I ain't lying to you. I boxed the shit out of somebody for a Morgan. I take a bloody lip for the right Morgan. I'll tell you that right now. I ain't lying to you. You ain't never slept in a bed full of Morgans, have you? I have. I slept with a whole lot of ladies in my bed, and they were all shiny silver. Best feeling I ever had. Well, not really, but it was a good feeling. You guys got to challenge yourselves once in a while, right? And do something really freaky and fruity, right? And what I tell you to do is just get a bunch of silver coins and gold coins, right? And do yourself a video, right? Or a snapshot of all these coins all over you, right? And you can just say something as simple as, I'm surrounded by love. Maybe one of these days I'm going to do something really weird. I don't know. Never know. I'd like to get a life-size Morgan silver dollar. No one that's about that high, about 4 feet high. That'd be cool. Tuck it in underneath my blanket at night and hold it. You don't think I'd do it? You can bet your ass I would. Send me one and see if I don't. Not chuck it right in bed. Mary might not be so happy about it, but she understands. See, here's the thing. I have these coins. I have coins because of her. So they're not just mine. They're hers too. And she likes to look at them. But here's a problem with Mary. She's one of them touchy-feely kind of women. I don't like her fondling my ladies. I ain't into that, I ain't doing the old threesome stuff. Look, I'll leave her alone with them for a while so she can look at them. But no. I have to look, I have to draw the line in the sand somewhere. I'm just saying. I'm a fruit, right? But you know, some things you just take. I'm just saying. You gotta set boundaries, guys. Look, whether you're male or female and you come to my channel, look, you gotta set boundaries. If your husband doesn't have the same love and compassion for a certain set of coins as you do, don't let them be handling them. Look, they might have a little stake in it, but don't be playing with my coins, okay? Plain and simple. You know, you go get some china or tools or whatever you want, and you fondle with that, but don't play with my damn coins now. Or we're gonna have an argument. Mary don't. She likes it. She thinks they're cute, and it's a fun thing to do. You know, figure it this way: even people who are bedridden, right, or they're wheelchair bound, or they can't get out and do all these other things that some of us are so blessed to be able to do every day. They can enjoy this part of something that we can all do on the same even keel. And it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter your sex, doesn't matter your religion, you know. Doesn't matter whether you're gray, blue, black, white, whatever. We can all learn and have fun doing it. That's what makes coin collecting so special. Same thing with guitars, you know, or collecting tools or clocks or whatever. You know, it's fun. It really is. I'm not telling you how to do that. Calling into my stream. You can't call into this stream because this is just off of YouTube. Um, I have to be on what do you call it? StreamYard, and I'm not running StreamYard tonight. Some night I'll have you on StreamYard if you want, Mike. I'm going to get off here pretty soon, anyways. I think I've been talking your ear off. I hope I taught you something. If I didn't, next time remind me before I start talking what not to talk about, so that way I don't talk about it and waste your time. Okay? That's if you can remember. Because if we all got CRS, we're all in trouble. I'll just keep repeating the stories until everybody actually has it burnt into their mind and they're like, yeah, you said it last time. Yeah. Yeah, we can do that. When George and I, um, well, also Poet and I decide to start streaming, it's going to be a little different than this. I mean, we could talk about anything, but we're going to have joking hours. You can imagine that. It's just going to be, you know, he's a hoot. I talk to him every week, you know, a couple times a week, sometimes every day. We're pretty close. He's a great friend. He really is. And I wish that you all could have a friend like him. Truly, you know. And I say that with the deepest compassion and with no reserve. He really is a good friend. And God puts people in your life for reasons. And it's not because, you know, uh, he spent a lot of money on a channel. It's not because he calls me all the time, check on me. It's because he's a real person and he really is like that. He's like I am. What you see is what you get. Whether you're in person or we're talking live on stream, what you see is what you get. Now, in our professional lives, you know, there's a professional hat that we have to wear, you know, like me as a pastor. I take it very serious what I tell people and when I counsel them, you know, on a personal basis. Because it can mean life or death. It's that serious. It's that serious sometimes. So, but I just thought, he thought this is more George's idea than mine. But so I'll only take a little itty bitty slice off of this preacher and poet because he started this thing. Okay. Um, I just think it'd be great for us. You know, I think we complement each other very well. He's a highly educated man. He knows a lot about life. He has a lot of experience in a lot of different areas that you guys don't even know, but you probably see that. And I think it'd be great for him to come out and spread his wings, and you see the other side of him, or see side to him that you haven't seen yet. You know, he's not just a very giving person, but he's a very knowledgeable person in a lot of things. And I think it'll be great that he'll be able to share those things with you guys, and you'll get to see more of him. Now, I'm not just hyping him up. He's he's the real deal, Holyfield. He's like the rest of us. He has his grouchy moments, and his upset moments. No different than the rest of us. He just handles it a little different. And sometimes he just calls to talk to me, and I call to talk to him. And it's good because we get whatever is off our chest and move on. We're like each other's rock. And it's good to have friends like that. I mean, I have a couple friends like that in my life. I have about 4 friends like that in my life. Some of them I don't get to talk to as much, but him, he's different. Just we have a lot of things that are very uh, comparable, more than other people, which is very strange. You know, I have another friend that I would say was very close like that. The only difference is he doesn't do YouTube. He limits himself to how many people he has in his life because of some of the things that he's gone through. But he's very similar like that too. What's that? Old poet. Found it buried. Did you see the cups? Did you guys see them cups? I'm gonna sign some. Um, I think I'm gonna. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put some coins in the first 10. Right. So the first 10 that we sign, I'm gonna send 5, and I'm gonna have 5, and we're gonna auction them off. And um, he can do whatever he wants to do with what he auctions his off and puts in his, and I'll have 5 that I'll auction off, and I'll use towards them 5 I'll use towards buying whatever else, more cups or whatever we decide, that will be specifically for charities. You know what I mean? And then I'm going to give 5 away. So I'll sell 5, which will be really unique. They'll have stuff in them, and then I'll give 5 away. And it might be the same people who get the 5. Who knows? Because there'll be a certain way to get them. You know what I mean? Maybe some people don't think we're that important. I don't care. I think it's fun. And to the people who do find it important, you never know. One day, you can look back when we're not around, if you're still alive and we're gone, and we've passed on from this world. You go to that coffee cup and go, two old fools, man, they were crazy. You know what I mean? Just those little moments. I have things that are in my house that some people wonder about. I say, I can't really tell you, but it's there for something funny. I'm going to show you guys something before I go tonight. Hangs on my wall up here. God, it's got cobwebs on it. Do you guys see this? Oh, there's a cobweb. See if anybody knows what it is. This is real old, too. Hangs up on my wall. To some people, they would say, "What the hell you got that for? Is that a writer's thing?" It is. Somebody had it, and it was theirs, and they rode professionally, and I got slapped on the ass for that. They said, "Oh, you think that shit's funny?" I said, "I'm going to sue your ass if you don't give it to me." And they laughed. And then they gave it to me. I said, "All you had to do was ask." And there it is. It was a funny joke. And you know what the funny part of it is? I can't never remember their name. I can't. I can't remember who it was. I really can't. We were just all out there joking. Crazy the things I've seen. Quarter horse racing. Watching horses race is cool. Used to have a greyhound track here. And when I was younger, I used to go. And I won some good money one time. Box Super Trifecta. I won $2,800 one time. Nobody listened to me. I watched this dog. I'm just watching him because you always got to watch the dogs. You got to pay attention. I'm watching him. He took a good old dump. I mean, he took a big dookie. I was like, oh. I ran back up and I played it. He came in. He was relieved. And I was relieved that he was relieved because I made some money. That was a long time ago. Yoda's walking stick. Yeah, well, I haven't figured out what kind of horn that is, but it is very unique. I've never had it looked at. It's something special. You guys ever heard of Sharp collective collections? There's an organization, and it's called Sharp, and they make high quality, high dollar knives. I don't know if you guys ever heard of them, but you're gonna turn in your wife because you have a doctor's appointment tomorrow morning. All right, brother. Take care. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. I'm gonna turn in too. It's getting kind of late. I need a snack before I go to bed. Worked up all of this. What is that? I got one coin stuck in here. What is that? Weird. I don't know. Something weird back there. I just wonder. Anyway, I hope you all had fun tonight. Got a little bit out, a little gas out. Stay tuned. I don't know if I'm going to have an auction this weekend, but I might have a viewing this weekend of some things. Just to get you guys' creative juices moving. Because I still have to bring it, I have to move some stuff around downstairs and then get some things organized for the next couple of months to show you what prizes that you can be entered in to win based on what you buy over the next several months. Part of what I'm doing, and you guys already know this anyway, but you don't know the prizes, so I just have to organize it right so it don't look donkey. You know what I mean? I want to make it presentable so you guys can get the full gist of it. So, anyway, love you guys. Take care of yourselves. Try to do something good for somebody tomorrow or today. Don't spend all your money. Use some common sense. And remember, when you think that you got it bad, remember there's always somebody else got it worse. Pray for Can Can. Look at that. You see that? Holy cow. Pray for Can Can. Sure you can use some extra prayers. Pray for me. I definitely can use some too. And with that, love you guys. Have a good night. Thank you for stopping by, and we'll see you soon. And like I always say, Reverend Bob is out of here. Night, guys.